Hello, my fellow Alaskans. I am so glad you are able to join us here today. Please like and share this video. Every like and share is one more person that will be able to get to see what is going on here today. Thank you all for joining us today on this Easter broadcast. I am here with Huhnkie Lee today. He is running for U.S. State Senate down in D.C. for Alaska. And this is one broadcast you do not want to miss. I am monitoring this on Facebook. So if you want to leave any comments, you have any questions that you would like to ask Huhnkie Lee today, don't hesitate to do that. And right at this moment, we are going to go ahead and introduce Huhnkie Lee. I'm going to bring him here onto the screen with us all. And Huhnkie, how you doing?
Very good, sir. Hello, happy Easter, everybody. Thank you for having us today, our fellow amazing Alaskans. And my name is Huhnkie Lee. I'm running for the United States Senate as an independent Alaskan in this year 2022.
Thank you for that. So, how have you been? I mean, it's been, what, about 3 months now since we last sat down together and talked, and what's new? Don't hesitate to keep looking that way. The way I got things focused here, we're just pretty much staring out as if we're talking to everybody that's directly in front of us right now. And so we're going to cover lots and lots of different issues. From Ukraine, who you're running against. So talk to us here. Why are you running for U.S. Senate? What makes you think you're the candidate for Alaskans?
The reason I'm running for the United States Senate is that, well, first of all, it's a good hobby. Keeps me in line, get me out of trouble. Because when I'm running, I tend to behave better. So it keeps me busy. You know, idle hands is the devil's playground. So that's personal reasons, and some other reason why I'm running for U.S. Senate. It's fun. It's like I get to meet people, and I get to learn from people. So it's great education for me. And also at the same time, the little that I know, I get to share with people. So it's like mutual exchange of knowledge. So it's a mutual education. So that's very important part, important reason for me to running for an election.
So I have a quick question for you. I got one person that's already put up one up here, and that you're going to hear this a lot during this campaign season. We got Kelly Chabaka out there that's running. One person's already posted, no, vote for Kelly.
Oh.
Why would Alaskans vote for you over Kelly? Why would we put that as, well, why do you think you're a better candidate than she is to send down there to the Senate and be our one of two voices down there?
So I met Miss Kelly Chibaka once in the Alaska State Fair last year, August. She's cool. She's beautiful. She's conservative. She is like pro-life, Christian, conservative, Republican. Yeah, if you belong to that category, by all means vote for that lady. Yeah, she represents you very well. But the difference between Miss Kelly Chibaka and me is this. Okay, Miss Kelly Chibaka, she obeys Republican Party platform 100%. Okay, she's pro-Trump, pro-life, pro-gun. She's 100% Republican Party platform representative. I'm not. I'm independent. Okay. Sometimes I agree with Democrats. Sometimes I agree with Republicans. And Alaska is the only state in America where the number of independents exceed the number of Democrats and Republicans and other parties combined. And that's not coincidence. People come to Alaska to be free, to enjoy the independence. I am one of them. Okay, so I think I can represent Alaska as an independent more than anybody else.
Okay. Um, she's got a huge war chest. We got Senator Lisa Murkowski. She just announced another $1.3 million got slid into her war chest.
Uh-huh.
Kelly Chewbacca is sitting not too far behind. She is further behind. She doesn't have the big swamp monsters down in D.C. funding her war chest like Murkowski does.
Right.
Um, what do you think your chances of getting enough Alaskans out there to know your name and know who you are to vote for you in this up and coming election? Are you campaigning? Do you got a website or something that people can go to give donations to? What's your strategy at this moment? How are you focusing on getting the message out of who you are?
So I'm running this experimental campaign methodology that I call zero penny campaign and one man campaign. I don't take donation money because I believe money belongs to the people, not to politicians. Okay. Uh, I have a job as a lawyer, and I know how hard it is to make honest money. So I want to go to work like everybody else. No special treatment. Okay. How can I possibly take other people's hard-earned money for my campaign, knowing that how difficult it is to make honest money every day? I cannot take money from anyone, and I won't. I never will. Okay. So that's money part. And one man campaign, yeah, I don't have any steps. Okay. And I want to keep it that way. And why? I don't want to take people's time. I believe time belongs to the people. I don't want people working for my campaign. No. Also, but in social media, mostly I do campaigning in social media, and I do go to places. In social media, I made a lot of friends who actually helping me out. In formal fashion, they made me like campaign posters, digital campaign posters that I use in my campaign trail, and also I made my campaign T-shirt, just one, but my friends they made their own campaign T-shirt to advertise my campaign. I'm very grateful. Thank you. And also another thing about money is this. Okay, once a candidate take money from big donors, they have to obey them. I cannot afford to obey anyone. I'm independent. I have to be independent. Okay, so I cannot obey some special interest groups. I cannot do that. Okay, so that's the difference between me and other candidates.
We've got a lot of things coming up here in the upcoming election. Lot of our country's needs are on the line. We've got for Alaska, ANWR has been completely shut down. We can't drill on anything that's in federal lands. We've watched projects like the Willow Project that has been stifled and stalled 2 years in a row, not being able to build ice roads to get the supplies in to finish those projects up. What do you think you can accomplish down there that Lisa Murkowski's not doing? And I want to throw out there something that can be done differently. Deb Haaland, who was the energy secretary for Alaska that they appointed, who is completely shut us down. Murkowski voted for her.
Hmm.
What kind of changes do you think you could do when you get down to D.C. to change that? I mean, get Alaska's economy going again is our resources. That's what makes Alaska great for on the national standard. Is our resources is what carries us through every year. Um, what are your plans to help make that happen? Expand that, get those resources open.
Right. Thank you for the question, sir. And so the difference between Senator Samkorski and me is this: I have science and engineering background. She does not. Okay, so uh, what's blocking this oil and gas development in Alaska is the anti-climate change ideology that is dominating the world, not just America. Okay, people are afraid of climate change, like global warming. Okay, and I have written some articles about it. I uploaded to like Social Science Research Network, SSRN.com. So if Google SSRN space Huhnkie, then you will find those articles, okay? I also write essays in medium.com, okay? So if you Google medium space Huhnkie, you'll find those articles. They're academic articles that I published online, okay? Also, I wrote some scientific articles in the Vixra.org, VIXRA. That's like archive backward, okay? Vixra, so if you Google Vixra space Huhnkie, you'll find those articles, okay? So what we need to do is to convince and persuade and educate people in the world that there's nothing to worry about climate change and global warming, okay? Because I visited this Museum of the North in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Well, hold on there a second.
Yeah.
You say we've got nothing to worry about for climate change. I guess we need to define what is climate change. Do you see climate change as our temperatures are going to go to astronomical record breaking to where no one's going to be able to walk out of their house because they're going to basically cook like a frying egg on pavement on a hot sunny day in Arizona? Or are we talking we're going to go into subarctic weather somewhere in the future? I mean, we had global cooling was our scare a long time ago. Now it's global warming. Is California going to find itself underneath the oceans here real shortly? What do you define as climate change, and how do you think we should fix it? I mean, that's the big key is what is your definition of climate change? I know if you were to ask me, climate change would mean is we start building seawalls.
Okay.
So that we can protect our infrastructure so that the quote unquote climate change that's going to come upon us and our sea levels rising up. We've proven all around the world. Venice is a good example, of the canals and most of their land and everything else. If it wasn't for the seawalls that they've built up around their city and the constantly raising of the city up, they would have been underwater a long time ago.
Okay.
So what do you think? I mean,
Yeah, so it's an understandable concern, and that's why this anti-climate change ideology is very dominant in the world today. So, as a scientist, okay, I have many theories about it. First of all, if you have this glass of water, and if you put ice cube in there, and when all the ice melt, it does not raise up the water level of that glass, because it's called Archimedes principle. Archimedes principle. Okay, it's Greek mathematician. So the only occasion where sea level will go up would be the glaciers. Land ice would melt. Then would it raise the seawater? Maybe just a little bit, but not necessarily. It's because of this. I'm a scientist, okay? So when water temperature go up, the air atmosphere can contain more moist. Okay? That's physics. As temperature go up, the atmospheric air will contain more moist. So because it's hot, water will evaporate and there will be more clouds, plus more rain, okay? So there are a lot of factors that in the atmosphere, the planet Earth, okay? So multivariate environment, a lot of variables, okay? So, and also another thing is this.
so wait a second here. So let's pretend 20,000 years ago, back when the Ice Age was at its dominance, and we were just entering the global warming phase, where we had the major glacier ice runoffs and all that. I mean, we had ice flows all the way down into Ohio.
Right.
Then if you were to go into Canada, you'd be walking on top of an icebergs that are over a mile high on top of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And over a very, very short period of time, considering our 6 billion plus year lifespan of our planet, all that melted. I mean, we had 400 feet of sea rise
Right.
in just a short 7 to 12,000 year period. And during that 12,000 years, 400 feet that the oceans rose.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 7 years,
Right.
or 7,000 years, we've only gone an additional approximately 10 inches.
Right.
So what you're describing to me here is there enough ice left on the planet to cause a catastrophic global climate change to where we all of a sudden find California underneath the ocean and Arizona becomes beachfront property? I mean, I have a serious question for you. Is there enough ice left in the world, do you think? Or, I mean,
I don't think so. They already melted. So even if all the land ice, all the glacier melt, it's not going to make that much change. Sea level change. So there's nothing to worry about it. And people need to be educated about this. Okay. And that's what I would do if I become U.S. Senator. I become famous, right? As a U.S. Senator. Yeah, I preach, I teach, and interviews like this. Yeah, it's about education, okay? So there's this maxim that says fear of unknown, right? If no, something's unknown, yeah, people are fearing, afraid, okay? Now, flip side of that is knowledge is power. That's Francis Bacon, the British philosopher back in like, I don't know, maybe 1800s, 1600s. But yeah, knowledge is power, okay? So what people need to do is they need to be educated about science, and I play that role as US Senator, like a teacher, educator, okay? I teach people about science, and once people know about science, then they will no longer be afraid of climate change.
okay, so we're not supposed to be afraid of climate change. Yeah, we keep hearing Joe Biden and the everybody out there, Greta, screaming at the top of their lungs, our planet is destroying. AOC is saying we've got 10 years before catastrophic change is going to happen on our planet. And we're trying to figure out, what's reality and what do they think is going to be the future of us all here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you get down there, what kind of things, I mean, in the name of climate change, are you going to push? Are you pushing the green new energy for, let's get the windmills, the solar power, let's completely replace coal, get rid of the nuclear power plants, get rid of natural gas, let's phase all that out?
Mm-hmm.
Are you on that agenda? Let's get it all done now. Do you want to slowly phase that kind of stuff in? What is the potential? I mean, right now we're looking at astronomical pricing. I
Right.
mean, just look at our gas prices, or we're double what we were paying when Trump left office, and now we're sitting here paying double what that was,
Right.
barely being able to put the food on our table because they shut down our ports, they disrupted the distribution process, the manufacturing, all the countries out there. I mean, China's locking people up right now.
Right.
Climate change. I mean, where do you stand when it comes to what level do you want to go to next? What do you want to have paid for?
So yeah, first we need to educate people because in constitutional republic or American democracy, I think it means the same thing. Because Democrats rather use the term American democracy, but Republicans want to use the term constitutional republic. But it pretty much means the same. So, okay, ruled by the people. Okay, so we have to educate the people and get people's support. Okay, because politicians, not me, other politicians like Senator Murkowski, Ms. Kelly Chibaka, or President Biden, President Trump, they obey people. Okay, they're very obedient politicians, and most of them are like that. I am not. When people are wrong, I want to correct them and educate them. Okay? So, what I will do as a US Senator, if I get elected, okay? Yeah, I educate people. Yeah, global warming, there's nothing to worry about, okay? And actually, there's a lot to it, okay? And so, we just talked about one, okay?
Well,
So
global warming, can't we just put in more air conditioners? I mean, seriously, I mean, if you live in a place that's going to be watching your temperatures climbing,
mm.
isn't the cure to it just more air conditioning?
Also, global warming may not happen actually, even if we continue to use fossil fuel like oil, gas, coal that I support. I support clean coal. I agree with President Trump on that. Okay, clean coal. We have that technology. Okay, so but as we consume more and more fossil fuel, okay, will temperature go up and up? It may not happen that way. Why? I tell you why. Uh, they talk about carbon capture technology. I don't think that's necessary. Okay, what's going to happen is this: as temperature go up, yeah, the more ice melt, and there'll be more rain, and there'll be more carbon dioxide in there, and that's what plants need. In the winter, plant does not grow because it's too cold. Okay, uh, hot temperature, a lot of rain, and a lot of carbon dioxide. That's what plants need for photosynthesis. Okay, so there'll be more plants.
So
What? Yeah.
you literally just was describing what was just popping into my head. Isn't it true our planet is more greener now with the level of carbon dioxide that we have going on it than it's ever been in recorded history, as far as we can tell? I mean, as a modern recorded history, that is not through, ages of going through geological type of survey. We know that during dinosaur ages, our planet was green from the Antarctic to Greenland all the
Right.
way through, and carbon dioxide levels were through the roof at one point. But the planet was growing, it was thriving, it was surviving during some of what they would classify now as the we're all doomed if that was to happen. Well, we had some of the largest creatures ever existed on Earth during the warmest time we've ever seen in our planet.
Right.
Why isn't this ever discussed? Well, why are people so afraid to look at the past and relate it to the present?
It is because Mr. Politadick and me, yeah, we are knowledgeable people, and some of you too. But most politicians are knowledgeable in science and history, geology, biology. They just don't know because that's not their training. Okay, it's not their background. So when it comes to global warming, like about 200 million years, well, yeah, 66 million years ago, 100 million years ago, there's been dinosaur and big trees in northern Alaska, and climate change happened. Back then, there it was warm. It's called Arctic forest, northern Alaska. Okay, so there were dinosaur. Yeah, Museum of the North in Fairbanks. They have all that fossils of dinosaur and big trees. Okay, it
And
used to be
woolly
jungle there.
mammoths and other stuff that they're discovering out there.
Mhm.
I mean, Alaska was always considered like a frozen wasteland that never had no life pre Ice Age. Yet history, I mean, we may not be able to find any presence of human life pre Ice Age, but we certainly do find the dinosaur records. I
Yeah.
mean, Alaska at one point was even tropical.
Hmm.
We're heading that direction again right now. If our plan, as long as no major catastrophe happens, like another meteorite strikes the Earth, or Yellowstone goes supernova on us. I mean, that would be one of the natural type disasters that could cause us to go back into another global ice age in a blink of an eye. Have we ever? Are you aware of any ice ages that have occurred naturally on the planet that wasn't created by a natural disaster? I mean,
Yes.
I'm going to give an example of it. Wasn't either a meteorite or a Yellowstone National Park going astronomically and blows and completely obliterates, goes supernova on us, which they say could be a possibility that happens.
Hmm.
So have we ever had any ice ages that have not occurred because of things like that?
Yeah, in the history of Earth, how many years is Earth history? I forgot.
About 6 billion years
Okay,
is
six
what they
billion years.
is what they
That sounds about right.
estimate, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been up and down, right? There are a lot of theory of like ice age, de-ice age, ice age, de-ice age. Okay, the global temperature going up and down. Yeah, it has happened in a periodic fashion, and there are a lot of theories about it. I have my own theories about it. Okay, so like yeah, it is just in the universe. Change is the only constant. Okay, so climate change, whether they're a human being or not, it has already changed. Okay, so like Arctic forest, okay, it was very warm, so there were big trees and there were a lot of carbon dioxide like 200 million years ago. Okay, it was warmer. There were no human beings, there were no cars, no fossil fuel. Okay, it was very warm, there were a lot of carbon dioxide, and carbon is building block of life. Okay, don't listen to politicians, don't even listen to some sellout scientists. Listen to me, okay? I'm a good politician, I'm a good scientist, okay? So, this carbon dioxide, carbon is not toxic, it's a good thing. Plants need it. Carbon is in DNA, it's in our protein, it's in our fat, we are carbon based. Any organism is carbon based, carbon atom, okay? We need carbon, right? So, 100 million years ago, when dinosaur was here, yeah, there were a lot of carbons. That's why they were so big. Global was warmer 100 million years ago. There were more carbon dioxide in the air. Yeah, greenhouse effect. It was warmer. That's why there were a lot of big plants. That's why there were a lot of big dinosaurs, because there were a lot of carbons, which is building block of life. Okay, scientists, they don't talk about this. Why? They're afraid. Yeah, this anti-climate change ideology is dominant. Scientists, they're only humans. They're not saints. They need their job. They need their grant funding, which is based on taxpayers' money. Politicians, they're afraid to.
Making us pay for dreams that have no basis in reality. I mean, I hate to say it, my descriptions of what I'm deciding, to me, climate change is what are we going to do if the sea levels rise? I mean, they're talking 10 centimeters by 2050, 10 centimeters. Build the seawalls higher. I mean, that would be one thing that we could do to prevent climate change. Put in better energy plants so that we don't have places like California having rolling blackouts during the peak of their summer when they're at the highest temperatures hitting 110 degrees, to where 120 you can't survive. You can't even breathe at 120 degrees. Within minutes you're already starting to have all the repercussions of a heat stroke. So at 110 degrees, I mean, air conditioning has proven its thing, but the green energy in California can't sustain the energy supply they need to be able to combat, as they say, climate change.
Right.
And buying another electric vehicle that's sucking the energy from that energy grid that can't sustain the air conditioning that you needed to survive in the first place. Like Alaska, if it gets colder, we just turn the heat up. If it gets too warm outside, we open up more windows. We turn on some fans to blow the air if it's too hot.
Yeah.
Some of us are even starting to invest in air conditioning as ourselves because our summer months are getting so bad. And if you look at it as being nice and warm and don't have to turn your heat on or pay for any of that during the summer, that's... I'll take that kind of bad any day of the week. But on another note, we've got someone here that has asked a question. Ask Mr. Lee how he feels about spending bills like Build Back Better and relations with China. But before I do that one, there is one other question here that was asked first. Ask Mr. Lee what he intends to do with all the weaponized government agencies. By the way, only idiots are worried about global warming, aka climate change, aka climate crisis. So let's just tackle the first part of that. This is a good segue. I really do appreciate your thoughts there on climate change. And what do you think about our government weaponizing the government agencies out there right now? I'll give two examples.
Yeah.
We've got the Trump-Russia DNC proven that this was a completely made up scandal of the Clinton Foundation and the Clintons and the DNC themselves. They've been openly recently fined, and the agencies all working to conspire to say that was all false. And then like the 51 agencies that came out claiming that the Hunter's laptop was not real. Yet now here we are a year and a half later. Oh, now they're admitting it's real, but it still must be Russia propaganda. And or my most famous one that I really do love is Gretchen Whitmire, I think is her name, the governor of Michigan, and the FBI set those people up that were threatened to supposedly assassinate her and kidnap her. And to find out that they've all been released with no charges against them anymore. They've been set free. That the FBI was found guilty of instigating that. And why did I bring the January 6th in the very beginning is because it's starting to look like January 6th may end up being another one of those, especially with people being set free now.
Yeah.
That were previously being charged, been held in jail, and everything else are now being set free because there are videos that the Capitol Police and Pelosi won't release to the public. They say there's no interest by us to want to see them. But videos showing that the police officers, the Capitol Police, were actually opening the door and letting people into the Capitol on that day, opening the door, closing the door, opening the door, closing the door, interacting with a very small crowd. And as the crowd got bigger, they were just holding the door opening, welcoming them all in, telling them where to go. And I heard reports of this from what I saw when they first entered the Capitol. They were peacefully entering. I didn't see people rioting or trying to loot or cause damage. I saw people walking between the red velvet runway that they had sitting there for where the public is supposed to walk, and this is what they were walking on. They weren't going outside of it. This was what initially we were shown. And those videos can't be found anymore. It's like they don't exist anymore. They've been scrubbed. So to follow up on what this person has said there, what do you think about our government weaponizing themselves? I'll leave it to you at this point and shut my big trap.
So, to be honest, I'm not familiar with that issue. I'm sorry, apology. So, government weaponizing themselves, does it mean like having more security guards with guns in governmental buildings?
No, well, using their government agencies to weaponize against the public. The FBI spying on us personally.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I mean, Trump was being investigated and spied on during his candidacy throughout 2016 prior to becoming the president of the United States. He was being spied on after that. We got Project Veritas that recently had their homes raided, news people, media.
Okay.
And it was all under the guise of, because they had a diary that belonged to Biden's daughter that had come up, and they had turned it into the FBI, and the FBI came and raided their home. They started getting court orders to get their Google emails, stuff that you should have, a legitimate court. You've got a reason to get that kind of information, but they were targeting them behind their backs.
I see.
Nothing through legal channels. I mean, it's even been shown that, and they've weaponized the government against us.
I see.
Okay. This is what you're walking into if you go down there in the Senate. These are the people that have weaponized our government against us, we the people.
I see. Okay. Well, it's a complex issue, but you want straight answer, right? So, I mean, obviously, it's a very important question, but I don't think it's a good idea to weaponize government because, I mean, we need some security guards, and because there's some crazy people out there who want to kill people, right? Yeah, we need some security guards, of course. But uh, my approach will be this, okay? Hypothetical, let's say I become U.S. Senator, right? Like, would I carry gun every time, everywhere I go? I don't think so. Okay, what I do, I practice martial arts. Okay, then what if like I said something offensive and as a U.S. Senator and people want to shoot me and kill me with a gun? What do I do? Well, the thing is this. I mean, I cannot escape snipers. I mean, I mean, people will know where I live, what travel route I take to go to work in Washington D.C. in Alaska, right? Well, I leave it to God, and but I do practice martial arts, okay. And what's good for martial art is this, okay? You can protect yourself without killing anybody, okay? Yeah, practice martial art on a daily basis. And when it comes to guns, can I survive a gun shooting like sniper? Maybe, maybe not. I have to leave it to God. I'm a Christian, and I say something in social media that offend many people. Uh, Next day, I apologize. Okay, I do the live the best way I can. But I'm only a human being, so yeah, sometimes I offend people. I'm sorry, and but I'm a believer. I practice martial art, do best I can to protect myself. But would I like have security guard around me? No.
Well, do you think it's okay that I mean, you said something offensive to somebody out there, or someone came and brought you information, and the FBI finds out about it, and they secretly start tapping your phones and re, go into your emails and take all of your emails and start asking all of your providers to divulge all of your search history on your cell phones and on your laptops and everything else because they're the service providers. Do you think that's acceptable? I mean, our federal government has literally, our government has weaponized it against us, the
I
people.
see. I see.
Schools.
Yeah.
Good example. I mean, the school boards, they asked the FBI to start targeting parents as terrorists
Okay.
because they were standing up for their rights, complaining about CRT being taught in our schools.
Mm-hmm.
Should the FBI have that kind of control? This is the type of weaponizing that's going on. I mean,
I got you.
self-defense is one thing, but
Okay.
our freedoms and our rights are being trounced on down there.
Yeah, I'm against it. I love people's freedom and privacy. Government outreach, overreach. I think it's too much, too excessive. Yeah, that's very un-American thing. Yeah. So I agree with you, 100%.
Okay, let's go back to the next question that person had. Ask Mr. Lee how he feels about spending bills like Build Back Better and relations with China. So yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with the Joe Biden's agenda to build back better. America's failing, and we got to rebuild it back up better than what it ever was before. But first, we got to tear it down to its core to do that. At least that's the impression I'm getting from this Build Back Better agenda. And this cushy relationship that seems to be going on with China.
Okay.
So you got the Build Back Better, and you got China. You're going to be in the main forefront out there fighting for Alaska's rights. I mean, China tried to buy the LNG under Walker. He gave them 75% if they could have made that deal come through. Alaska would have been paying China 75% of our royalties from the LNG for the next 100 years.
Okay.
So where do you stand on that? Build Back Better, China, the relations with America at the moment?
Again, I apologize. Build Back Better. I do not know too much about it. But my criticism against Mr. President Joe Biden's economic agenda is that I feel many times like he does not understand economics, and the economists, like PhD economists from like Harvard, MIT, Yale, who work for President Joe Biden in the White House, I don't think they are good at economics either. Okay, because the kind of economic policy that they're doing, Just print out money, then hand it out, and it causes inflation, and that's what we're going through right now. Okay, and they stop the economy, like no more oil and gas because it's gonna climate change, right? So we are not producing anything. And yeah, COVID-19 lockdown, actually that started during the President Trump's era too, okay? So yeah, shut down the economy, yeah, no more oil and gas. Okay, so we are not producing anything. Okay, so just print out money, hand it out money. It causes inflation, right? So that's very wrong thing to do as economic policy makers. And so Build Back Better, yeah, I don't think it's any good. Anything that any economic plan that comes from President Joe Biden, I am very skeptical, to say the least. I'm trying to be nice. And when it comes to China, yeah, the oil and gas, LNG, with China invest more money, I think that's a little bit dangerous, okay? Because we don't want China to own America, okay? Because then we become like economically enslaved by China, and that's very dangerous, okay? So in America, we have enough money to invest. We don't need Chinese money to build like gas pipeline in Alaska, okay? So I would rather not borrow money from China to build big things like that. America has enough money, okay? And because too much dependence on one foreign country, that's dangerous, okay? Because they will have too much power over us, okay? Yeah, so that would be my take.
That'd be your take. So we got China. They control a lot of our technology that comes into the United States, our consumer goods. They make the end product from the resources that are out there, or they manufacture the building materials that come into the United States to put together to redistribute out there as an end product to us here. Joe Biden says that he wants to bring those manufacturing jobs back into America, yet his agenda clearly says he doesn't want them back here in America. If he did, he would be making sure that manufacturing would be something that was welcomed, but his environmental policies that he's enacting, him shutting down all global resources for oil and natural gas here in the United States, making sure that we were once the leading domination less than a year and a half ago, and we were a net exporter of our resources, and within a year's time we now are importing all of our stuff to survive. China's right in the big mix of all of this. A lot of their goods are still sitting down at our port stuck. You got the Evergreen ship that seemed to start out that when it got stuck down there in the Nile, coming through the canal area.
Right.
And that disrupted things there to get into California and COVID-19 policies. If you weren't vaccinated, if you were sick, shutting down all places for a week at a time every time a case popped up.
Right.
And you got all those shipping cargoes and everything else that was sitting out there in the docks rotting away. Yeah. And now we got an Evergreen ship that's still been stuck out in the harbor for a month because it got stuck. And they're crossing their fingers they might have the cure now that they've taken a lot of the weight off of the ship, and they're trying to dredge out from underneath it too, again, for the second time. How are we going to fix all of this stuff? I mean, if you get down there into the Senate, what are you going to be advocating for? What kind of arguments are you going to be presenting to them? I mean, we're looking for that informed person to head down and represent Alaska in the Senate and deal with our Alaska issues. I know I can't afford things anymore. I did my books from last year to this year. It cost me $6,000 more this past year to survive than it did the year before.
All right.
I'm expecting that to double in this next year. What cost me $6,000 more last year is going to cost me $12,000 more this year.
Yeah.
Just in fuel costs alone. I mean, I got a 500-gallon fuel tank that I got to fill up every single year. Last year I did it for about $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
This year I'm going to have to do it for around 2,000, or if
Yeah.
not more at current prices.
Yeah.
And that's usually done at the end of the year. Is like most people, I count on my dividend to help offset a lot of those things.
Right.
Where are we going to stand at? I mean, Biden is all kissy with all these foreign countries. He shut down our pipelines, Keystone and Nord Stream 2 to Russia.
Right.
All of our mineral resources to China. All of our packaging goes to China. I mean, hell, even Alaska's guilty of that. We ship our fish over to China to be processed there, to be shipped back to us to be sold.
Okay.
Just because they charge 25 cents an hour for their labor versus what they would have to pay a processor here in the United States to do it.
Okay.
So where do you stand? You get down to the Senate. How are we going to change that? What are you going to do to change that?
What I said before, to summarize, basically, I don't think it's a good idea to take debt, like loan money from China or other countries, because we don't want other countries to own too much business in America. Okay, that's dangerous because we want our independence. Okay, but when it comes to trade of goods and services, I side with Ricardo, this British economist back in the days. So it's about a comparative advantage. Okay, so it's about specialization. Okay, so different countries have different resources and they're good at different things. Specialization in economics. Okay. So America is very good at high-end like technology, like iPhone. Very good. Americans are highly educated and they're inventive. They're creative, and that's not coincidence because America we have freedom. People are inventive and very creative and original. A lot of creative stuff, brand new things come from America. Okay, good ideas. Okay. But when it comes to labor cost, third world countries like developing countries is cheaper. So I'm not against like China or Vietnam or Mexico. We outsource those laborers there. I'm not against it. Okay, because that's just how international economics. That's just how it's been done for like forever. Okay, so that's natural, and I understand some people fear China and hate China because they are like going up and up and up. Okay, I mean. We have to watch out, yes. Yeah, but again,
Well, China did have their standings as a third world country, an emerging economic,
mhm,
to where now they're number 3 or number 2 on the global scale after the United States.
yeah,
We can't count them as an emerging
right,
global economic power anymore. They're there,
yeah,
but we're still giving them the treatment as if they're third world and don't have that ability anymore. Trump was doing something about it. Biden came in and rolled it all back to treating them like they're infants in the game when they're a political leader now on economics.
all right.
I mean, where else would you go with it? I mean, how would you slow down China and bring that power back into the United States, that control back to the United States again?
Okay, so I'm 43. Mr. Politadick, how old are you?
51.
You're 51. I'm 43. Okay, so in terms of politics, okay, forget about my age. All right, I'm kind of like middle age, I guess. So I'm not that young. But metaphysically speaking, I represent like brand new wave of politician. Okay, I want to change how politics is run in the world. Okay, so like we have old school politicians. Okay, they're about like competition between countries, like America number one, including President Trump and all the older generation politicians. Okay, they have a competition. They want like sanction Russia. They want to sanction China. Competition. Okay, I what I want advocate for is paradigm shift in international politics. Okay, it's about love your enemy, like Christianity, Jesus. Okay, and mutual understanding and mutual respect. I speak many foreign languages. Okay, I love foreign cultures. I love all countries. Okay, I think that's the key to world peace and world collaboration. And so that would be my approach. And I believe I can change the world together with you. Okay? Uh, 2022, I'm running for US Senate in Alaska, right? Whether I win or lose this year, I will run for US President in 2024. Okay? And to me, I keep on running. And when I run, I learn from people and also educate people as well. So education is more important than election. All right? So I say things that people may disagree with. But I learn from people. I teach people whenever I run for a public office because I get to interact with people. That education is more important than election, okay? Yeah, so that's my take on it.
Great. I thank you again, Huhnkie Lee, for being here today, giving up your Easter to talk with us, talk with the audience out there, educate Alaskans about your platform and where you want to go with it, and the future vision that you have for Alaska. I haven't seen any more new questions, so I want to emphasize to those that are just turning on right now, please like and share this video. Don't hesitate. Please ask your questions. We are here to answer any question that you may have or do our best to. I have lots of topics that I am more than willing to get into myself, but we're not here to hear from me. We're here to hear from Huhnkie Lee, next to me here, and make sure that his voice is heard, and you get to hear what his views are for running for the U.S. Senate seat. And we all know we want to see Lisa Murkowski removed from office. That would be our ultimate goal in all of this, and I am for anybody who is willing to run against her in this election. 100%. I will help back them up, and it takes supporters like you getting out there and liking and sharing and asking questions and making sure that you guys are also well informed on what's going on, whether you vote for Huhnkie Lee here or you vote for somebody else in this upcoming election. I'm hoping that the questions that you ask here, the questions that he's able to answer, the questions that I'm going to ask and that get answered will hopefully transition into other candidates that are running out there and make you really question where they stand at in their politics. What are they willing to do for Alaska? Where do they stand at with Biden and his administration with their current goals, with China and their current goals? And I really do appreciate, again, Huhnkie, you coming in today and spending your Easter with me to help bring Alaskans together and hopefully have ourselves a good future down there in D.C. with getting somebody into office that is going to work for Alaskans, not just the special interest. And you made that perfectly clear here just a little while ago at the very beginning of this. You don't work for the special interest. You're not taking donations from big campaign donors out there from the DC swamp to take the office. And I believe you said you tell me I think we might have been, and then this will be a good segue before we take our next break. We're going to take our first break here in just a little bit, but where do you think you stand in the primary of the election? We were talking about it before we actually went live today. Mm-hmm. And where do you think your standings are in the primary and getting yourself into the general election? Do you think you're going to make it through the primaries and actually get into the general election? I mean, we've got ranked choice voting this year. Everything's wide open. It's a jungle primary for a change. It isn't a party primary. It's a jungle primary. Your designation of whether you're a libertarian, a Republican, or a Democrat no longer matters, which is one of the reasons why I haven't brought up your affiliation here today, mm-hmm. of where you align, because this is a discussion that's our elections take on a whole new meaning here in Alaska. It's now open to everybody, and you got to appeal to the largest audience. So where do you think you stand at? Because one of the biggest obstacles you run into is getting your name out there,
Yeah.
getting Alaskans to know who you are.
Mhm.
So where do you think you stand?
Yeah, so there's this website isidewith.com. If you Google like Alaska U.S. Senate election poll 2022 isidewith.com, and because that, as far as I know, that's the only website that updates polling on a daily basis, because that poll is online based, web based, internet based. Okay, so according to that poll, isidewith.com, Lisa Murkowski like 66%, Kelly Chibaka 24%, and yours truly, Huhnkie Lee, about like 6%. I'm in number 3. Okay, so according to that poll, yeah, I make top 4 and go to pass the primary and go to the general election in November. So that's I think that's more likely than not. And so what would I do between if hypothetically if I make top 4? Okay, nobody knows, only God knows. Okay, so because many things can happen between now and then. We have 4 months left until August, right? Yeah. So hypothetically, if I make top 4 between August and November, yeah, I'll be doing the same thing: interviews, writing letters to editors to newspapers, and also I do like Friday Night Live, Huhnkie Lee in Facebook, and it's an open Zoom meeting. Anybody can participate. I advertise the Zoom link in the Facebook, Instagram, Blogger, Twitter, and TikTok. Okay, so yeah, 6 p.m. Alaska time, Friday night, Huhnkie Lee. Yeah, anybody can join the Zoom. Okay, it's open Zoom meeting. I do that Saturday and Sunday too sometimes. Okay, yeah, and so and from if I make top 4 this primary August, okay, then more Alaskans will get to know me, and they will see I'm just smarter than other candidates. Okay, and they will vote for me. I think I have a very good chance of getting elected as U.S. Senator this year.
Well, I see you personally having a good chance being in the top 4 in the primary myself, especially if we're looking for conservative-minded people out there. And I say conservative loosely anymore. Conservative means, in my book, that you work for the majority of Alaskans, not the minority special interests out there. Which I'm going to segue into. We've got a questions from an audience member out there. It's his name comes up as Mike Moose Johnson, and you're going to have to wait for the answer to this question, just so that you know, Mike, because we need to take a small break here. Senator Dan Sullivan has a message that he wants to deliver to all Alaskans. He presented this back on April 1st, and I'm just going to replay it for you. It's about 8 minutes long, but it's well worth listening to. It addresses, like Congressman Don Young, to the energy crisis and the Biden-Brandon administration and what they have done here to us here in Alaska and throughout the United States. But in the meantime, Mike Moose Johnson asks you, Huhnkie, he's got 2 questions for you, and when we get back from the break, we will definitely address these 2 questions. Number 1, does Mr. Lee believe in resurrection? And number 2, how many genders does Mr. Lee recognize? And you can see why we're going to leave this for after the break, because this is a great way to start coming back from the break. So those that are just tuning in right now, we'll be back in about 8 minutes from now. I am going to put on to Dan Sullivan and what he's got going on down there, and a message that he has for all of us. And when we come back from the break, we're going to start it out with, does Mr. Lee believe in resurrection? And how many genders does Mr. Lee recognize? And in the meantime, please leave your questions on Facebook. any question that you ask, nothing is taboo. We are more than willing, both of us here are more than willing to sit there and ask you any question that, answer any question that you have. We'll do our best to our abilities and our knowledge depending on the subject at hand. And in the meantime, like, share this video, type up your questions, and if you got an extra spare second, go to my website, politadick.com, and click that support button. All proceeds go right back into making sure we can continue to do things just like this. You can find us on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, all at Politadick, and also on Politadick Unfiltered on Facebook, which is nothing more than just for streaming our videos too, so that there's one channel on Facebook that isn't being censored by Facebook. Make sure you like all of them and click that notification button so that you get notified when we go live, and that way you'll never miss a broadcast. And we'll just get on with Senator Dan Sullivan here.
Hello, Alaska. U.S. Senator Dan Sullivan here. I want to give an update before I head home, actually, this afternoon to our great state. Just an update on some of the things that have been going on in here in D.C., and I'm going to be trying to do more of these updates directly to all of you to just give a sense of some of the things that are happening, maybe that don't get covered by the media. One, of course, this week, it was the ceremonies honoring our great Congressman Don Young, almost 50 years. What an authentic, incredible Alaskan, authentic, incredible American. You may have seen he had an honor that less than 50 Americans have ever had in the history of our country. His body lying in state, and it was really a moving ceremony. His wonderful wife Anne, daughters, grandchildren were all there, but it was so moving to see so many members of Congress, senators, congressmen, the Speaker of the House, the Republican leader, the President of the United States, all coming to pay their respects to this authentic fighter for Alaska. He was a great friend of mine, a mentor. We're going to miss him. And to that point, importantly, I have been asking, both in my remarks at Statutory Hall, where he was laying in state, but also to a number of members of Congress, hey, Alaska's going to be without a congressman for about 6 months. I need you to help look out for the bills Don was trying to get forward, which are bills that Senator Murkowski and I are also working on. And let's face it, to play some defense, right? There are certain members of Congress, I won't name names, who would love to lock our state up into a national park, but never had the guts to try and do it when Don Young was there standing strong. They might try it now. I'm asking members of Congress to, hey, keep an eye out to make sure no one's going after our great state. I'm confident that they'll do that. They'll help us keep vigilance. But this was a really incredible man, incredible Alaskan, a very fitting ceremony. And I'll be home. We'll have another big send-off funeral service on Saturday back home in Anchorage. I know I'm going to see many of you on. Of course, next, a lot going on with regard to our oversight capacity in the U.S. Senate, particularly on the Armed Services Committee, on which I sit, for major areas of conflict. Obviously, the barbaric invasion by the dictator Vladimir Putin of Ukraine is very much the focus of briefings and what we've been trying to do in terms of oversight. You know, I think we need to send a strategic defeat to this dictator. We're in this new era of authoritarian aggression led by the dictator Putin and the dictator of China, Xi Jinping. The world is watching. Everybody's watching. We need to send a strategic defeat, help the Ukrainians in every way we can to defend their country, defend their democracy. Their courage is inspiring millions of people around the world. Very important, and we're going to continue to focus on that. We also had a hearing recently with the NORTHCOM and SOUTHCOM commander. Why is that important? The NORTHCOM commander is in charge of the Arctic. And there were so many senators on the Armed Services Committee asking questions about the Arctic, about icebreakers, about the Port of Nome, about China's incursions into the Arctic, about what we need there. Not just me, which I usually do, as you know, but so many Republicans and Democrat senators. This is important. The Arctic, the importance of the Arctic from a national security, economic security, energy and resource security perspective is finally awakened both at the Pentagon and the federal government and in committees. You see it in this hearing recently, and I think that was important, and that's going to continue to be important as we look for more infrastructure, more economic opportunities, and more military in our great state. And finally, when I talk about economic opportunities and energy, I do want to just mention today the President of the United States made an announcement where he was going to release oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. My view is this is window dressing. This is not going to help the big issues that are driving up energy prices that are really, really impacting negatively working families. Here's the problem. From day one, this administration has been focusing on shutting down the production of American energy, limiting and killing energy infrastructure, and then going to financial institutions, Wall Street banks, and pressuring them not to invest in American energy opportunities, especially in the Arctic. And you see these announcements where banks come out and say, we're not going to invest in the Arctic of America. That's not investing in Alaska. Of course, this drives up energy prices. It lays people off, particularly in our state, an energy state, and it empowers dictators like Putin. That's the problem. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is not going to help. What I did several months ago with a number of U.S. senators, I led the effort to put together an energy plan that would be all of the above, both for oil, gas, renewables, critical minerals, to bring permitting timelines down so we can bring these projects online, to focus on making sure they're produced by American energy workers, and certainly not going around the world like this administration has been on its knees begging countries where they're dictators like Venezuela and Iran for more oil. We can produce energy in America, and when we do, it helps the environment because we in Alaska have the highest standards on the planet, and when you've seen this revolution in the production, particularly of natural gas, it has driven down greenhouse gas emissions in America more than any other country in the world by far. So my plan, the plan that I put together with many other Republicans, would be a win-win-win on so many things. Economic security, jobs for Americans, national security, and yes, our environment. This is what we're going to continue to press with the Biden administration as we try to work with them on these issues, national security, economic security, and energy. But window dressing, political window dressing, like tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, makes no sense. There's one bigger petroleum reserve in America. It's called Alaska. It's called the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska. It's called ANWR, and that's what we should be tapping. That can produce energy for decades to come, help our national security, and put Alaskans to work.
Well, there are many things not to like about the Biden administration's policies in the first year, but I think the most egregious
Well, looks like it was just a couple minutes shy there. Oops, I started back up the wrong microphone there. Can you hear me now? I do appreciate you guys all being here. Wow, nothing like finding out that you're talking to yourself. Can you hear me now? I knew there was a reason why it was silent on the phone when I didn't have my headset plugged into it. I should have been loud and clear. Thank you all for tuning in. That was Senator Dan Sullivan giving us a breakdown on Congressman Don Young passing away, what Alaska is facing in Congress down there, and our economic problems that we're now facing thanks to Russia and Ukraine, and Joe Brandon shutting down our economy in the United States. And it's really disastrous what's going on. We are here today with Huhnkie Lee running for U.S. Senate, and hopefully he will be eliminating Lisa Murkowski in the primaries. We can get her completely taken off the ticket would be the ultimate goal, so that she doesn't even make it to the general election, for those that are looking to have some sort of a strategy going on out there for our current and upcoming election. And that would be one of the best things that we could look forward to. And I'm going to bring Huhnkie Lee here in onto the screen with us all here so that you can see that we're both in the room. And he's been sitting here listening to me, and it got a good chuckle when I forgot to turn the microphone back on for the actual broadcast here. And so you guys all got to see me giving lip service there, and got to hear nothing coming for it. Sounds like a typical politician. You hear words coming out of their mouth, but their promises are usually empty and have no meaning. Thank you all for tuning in with us right now. I'm going to reopen back up my screen here. There was a question that was asked just prior to us going. Hopefully I haven't missed any questions. I only see one more new one that's on there after that, so we will get right to it. We got Mike Moose Johnson, who had left us with two questions that for Huhnkie Lee here to answer, and I will read them off right now. Number one, does Mr. Lee believe in resurrection? And number two, how many genders does Mr. Lee recognize? And I will bring him just up on the cam for himself, and he can answer those questions for you here. Mr. Lee. Those two questions are yours.
Yeah, hey, Mr. Johnson, thank you. Thank you for your contribution, your time with us. Thank you. God bless you. And happy Easter to you. Yeah, so, yeah, Mr. Jesus Christ's resurrection as a Christian. Yeah, absolutely. I believe miracles and his resurrection. And so that's what Easter is about, Easter Sunday. So we can even generalize that concept of resurrection because very inspiring figure, Mr. Jesus. And so Lord Jesus, and the resurrection of America, resurrection of Alaska, or resurrection of the people. Yeah, I'm a firm believer of resurrection, Renaissance, right? Yeah, American Renaissance, Alaskan Renaissance. Yeah, if I become U.S. Senator, later on I run for U.S. President too. Yeah, I will make that happen. Yeah, we'll resurrect. In the name of Jesus, yeah, we'll do it. Yeah. And so the LGBT issue, yeah, there are only two genders, and it's biology, right? It's science. It's not just a religious concept, right? So yeah, two genders, period. And let me tell you something funny, okay? I'm in social media, and that's mostly where I do my campaigning because it's free. So also,
wait a second here. You just sent up my trigger.
Yeah.
I mean, you triggered me. There's only two genders. Come on now, that we're hearing on a daily basis. There's hundreds of genders out there now. 56, 72, 99. I mean, you could be a blue dolphin from what I mean. Only two? I mean, explain yourself here. You're going against what the popular meaning of gender is out there. So you believe there's only two genders. Explain yourself.
So it's like a gender explosion, like LGBTQIA, LGBT alphabet soup. I think the problem is it's like idle hands becoming devil's playground, and young people, they are not quite studying physics, mathematics, foreign languages, history, literature. So their idle hands becoming devils, so they're just messing with the genders, right? Because they're not quite studying good knowledge, like philosophy, stuff like that, acting, or like writing, acting, like music, singing, dancing. Those are the things that I recommend to young people in social media all the time. And some funny episode in social media. Actually, I'm very popular among LGBT community members. I have many friends there. Okay, what do? I convert them. Okay, that's the goal, to be straight. Okay, so far in my life, past 20 years, yeah, I have converted about 20 people who used to be LGBT. Now they're straight. So how do I do that? It's like this. First, you befriend them, gain their trust, and make them love you. Okay? And now they like you, they're your friends. And then you take advantage of their leverage of friendship and you tell them to be straight. Okay? And then, more, yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it takes 1 week, sometimes it takes months, sometimes it takes years to convert somebody to be straight again. Okay? So, in social media, I do this, okay? Yeah, hey, be straight or else I will block you in social media. Sometimes they listen, sometimes they don't. When they don't listen, yeah, I do block them for a couple of days. It's like grounding, yeah, time out. It's like education, basically, okay? Yeah, it is discipline, punishment, and correction. I do that, okay? So, will I lose any votes because I'm against the LGBT ideology? I might lose votes, but education is more important than election, more important than politics, okay? As a Christian, I believe in human salvation, repentance, resurrection. Those are really, really important concepts. So I'm an educator first, politician second. Okay, so yeah, that's. So thank you for asking those beautiful and wonderful questions, sir, Mr. Dancy.
Oh, no problem. Forgive me there if I seem like I was triggered. I wanted to play the devil's advocate there for just a minute. So we've got like Governor DeSantis down in Florida currently at this moment. He has been bringing up different things like that. If you listen to mainstream media, the Don't Say Gay bill, the Brandon administration, Walt Disney has all got up on their soapboxes and are sitting there arguing against this bill, saying that it goes against the community's wishes, so to speak. I don't know which community they're talking about. The majority of the community that I'm aware of is all for Governor DeSantis's bill, which nowhere in it says anywhere in it don't be gay. We've got a similar one that's being passed through here in Alaska right now. They're activists that are against it are calling it "Don't Say Trans" bill. And it's an anti-trans bill is how they're labeling it, yet nowhere in it, just like the DeSantis's bill that they labeled "Don't Be Gay" bill. The "Don't Be Trans" bill, all it's trying to do is protect our women and young ladies in sports, making sure that they're competing against their biological gender versus what someone wants to believe they are versus what biology actually says they are. What are your stances on, say, DeSantis's "Don't Say Gay" bill, which is, yesterday they announced 42 different math books that have been removed from the curriculum because they were teaching one form of CRT or another, or they were trying to teach inclusion policies for pronouns and other whatnot type material. Who knows what else may have been inside of those books, but they did not pass the new law that they had passed there. Where do you stand on a national level for all 50 states, since you, as a senator, you would be representing Alaska? And what are your viewpoints towards Alaska and our stance, like they're trying to do with the bill, just to keep our biological males and females competing against each other, not having to compete against somebody else that it does not biologically align with them. I mean, that's why we have co-ed sports, from my understanding, so that you can do that, versus your like a biological sports, you're on a swim team. Men are reported, notoriously known, and it is statistically shown faster than women when it comes to swimming. Same with being on the track field, same with lifting weights. And if you try to, and they're shattering records that have been there for decades, and that there's no chance in hell a biological woman is going to beat this transgender's times or scores or weights or anything out there, because they're so far out of reach now. I mean, women couldn't beat their own records for decades, and here these men are beating them by 30 seconds a minute. Hundreds of pounds. Where do you stand on those type of issues on a national level and also on a local? All yours, Huhnkie.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with Florida Governor DeSantis. Transgenderism, it's nonsense. And then what should we do about people who already been through transgender surgery? Let's say male have some plastic surgeries, silicone breast, and also some surgical elimination, removal of male reproductive organ. What do you do with them? I have a solution for that. They can have surgery again to restore their original gender. That will be my recommendation. Okay, because again, students need to learn biology. Not just students, everybody needs to learn biology. Okay, every single cell of our body have this gender chromosome. Okay, males have X and Y. X chromosome and Y chromosome, that's gender chromosomes. Females have X chromosomes and X chromosomes, okay? So every single cell in our body has that kind of DNA in the nucleus of a cell. And no advanced technology can change the DNA of every single cell in our body. That's just not possible. How many cells do we have in our body? I don't even know. Trillions? And every single cell that we cannot even see because it's so small, they have DNAs. And those DNAs, they have either XX chromosome for females and XY chromosome for males. So you cannot change your gender. Okay? And so this LGBT ideology is very corrupter of the youth. It's corrupting the minds of the youth and misguiding, misleading. And look at the politicians like Senator Murkowski, President Joe Biden. They go along with it. They support gay marriage. Okay? Why? Because they are politicians, they're bad kind of politicians. They will say anything to get elected. And they did. Senator Murkowski, how many support is she getting from Alaska? You may support Senator Murkowski just because she was nice to you. Okay, she's a celebrity, Senator Murkowski, okay? Same goes with Ms. Kelly Chibaka too. They are celebrities. Yeah, Ms. Chibaka, she got endorsements from, the big Donald J. Trump, okay? They're national celebrities, plus international too. And they come to your town, shake your hands, take picture with you, maybe some autographs. So you get charmed by the celebrities because they are nice to you. You are under a spell. I'm here to break that spell from in your head, okay? You are like, it's kind of like demonic possession, okay? So you're spellbound. That's why you're supporting Kelly Chibaka and Mr. Murkowski right now. I'm breaking that spell right now, okay? You need to wake up. You have to vote for somebody who's smarter, better. Not just because, I'm not always nice. When people are wrong, I correct them. I sometimes punish them. I discipline them. Yeah, when I do that, I'm mean. So if you want to vote for somebody who's just nice, who's just go along mainstream majoritarian view, where the wind blows, that's leadee, that's not leader. I am the leadership material, my friends, okay? So if you're a true leader, you have to vote for me. Because there's nobody else. Thank you.
Well, when you kind of bring up, you throwing out Lisa Murkowski there, and I really do gotta appreciate that, because she just recently voted for the newest Supreme Court justice, and I have a real problem. I mean, Alaska domestic violence is one of our #1 issues. Child abuse is right on up there. I mean, we've got the most violent statistics of anywhere else in the United States per capita per population. Our rates of rape is through the roof. And here we've got Lisa Murkowski, who voted for our newest Supreme Court Justice, Miss Brown there, and she can't define what a woman is. She claims, I'm not a biologist. I can't give you a definition of what a woman is. And she's got a track record of letting pedophiles, people that are into child pornography and exploiting them and their pictures and everything else, and giving them light sentences, basing it on, well, those laws were written when emails and the internet didn't exist. You had to mail everything by the U.S. Post Office to be able to get those pictures. That the crime is not befitting to where now you can, on a click of a button, you could download thousands of those photos. And she voted to let this person on to the Supreme Court justice. It's just, where do you stand? How do you feel about that? I mean, literally thinking about the children here in Alaska and what we already deal with on a just a local level, not just our national level, but just on a local level with our children, and the discrimination against the women here in Alaska, and outright, I mean, the domestic violence abuse cases is astronomical.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a senator who just appointed the most powerful person to the Supreme Court justice that can't even define what a woman is.
Mm-hmm.
Has gone light on sentences for the most despicable, disgusting crime against children that you could ever think of. And she was okay with that.
Yeah.
What do you feel? If you had Lisa Murkowski in front of you right now, what 2 cents would you give her on just these topics alone?
So, I mean, essentially, she's just going along the mainstream majoritarian view of America as a whole. So that's why she supports LGBT. Yeah, she's Republican name only, Rhino. She's not independent either. She's going along with American majoritarian ideology. Like nowadays, I love African Americans, both males and females. I think they are wonderful. Some of my best friends are African American males and females. Okay, yeah. So, but this day and age of year 2022, it's about African American females. They get a lot of more points. They talk about intersectionality, right? So if you are female and if you are black, you get double discrimination. That's what they say. But what we see in the Supreme Court nomination, Ms. Jackson, Judge Jackson, Honorable Jackson, and also nomination of Vice President, Ms. Kamala Harris. Vice President Kamala Harris. Yeah, they got there because they are African American female. So you get intersectionality of boosting, not discrimination. No, it's about getting more points. Okay, so, but when it comes to nominating a judge to the U.S. Supreme Court justice, just because that person is African American female, I mean, that's kind of like reverse discrimination a little bit. It's a form of racism, and also, well, I'm a lawyer by the way. Okay, so Honorable Jackson, the circuit court judge, now got the Senate votes, I guess, and now she's the justice. Okay, but President Joe Biden nominated her probably because she went to Harvard Law School. I mean, Miss Kelly Chibaka went to Harvard Law School too. To me, that means absolutely nothing. Okay? To me, that's like worshiping golden cow, golden ox. It's like idolatry back in the days in Old Testament Bible, okay? Harvard Law, oh, let's worship that person, okay? That's the kind of impression I got, okay? So, and so...
Well, wait a minute. According to mainstream media, you kind of like the defense that you're kind of throwing out there. Is it her qualifications that got her this job? Was it she went to Harvard that got her this job? Or is right-wing media, as they put it, the fringe minority out there right, and she got her job because she's black, being the first black woman on the Supreme Court justice? I mean, that Joe Biden made campaign promises saying that he is going to put the first black woman onto the Supreme Court justice if he gets a pick. And so is right-wing media correct when they say that this was a pick that was, for no other better terms of looking at it, racist? Because because she's black? Do you think that, or do you feel that way? I mean, I'm kind of confused by the answer you were giving there. It seems like you were defending that, but then again, you were knocking it down at the same time. So, which is it?
I'm not too against the idea of having the very first African American female justice in the Supreme Court. I'm not too against that idea. But when it comes to Honorable Judge Jackson, you should look more into her qualification. And President Joe Biden and other presidents, like President Trump even, they always like have this Harvard Law School or Yale Law School graduates, okay? That's my objection, okay? And if I become US president and if I have to nominate somebody, it will not be Harvard Law School person or Yale Law School person, okay? Because it's been too many of that elitism. I don't like it, okay? There are other good law schools out there, okay? It's like discrimination by college. And so qualification has nothing to do with what college you went to, okay? It's about your judgment. Like, are you fair? Or are you too soft? Right? And it's about judgment, like what kind of decision this circuit court judge have made in the past. And like Mr. Politadick pointed out, yeah, she made some questionable judgments, like pedophilia, that kind of stuff, and also her definition of what gender is. So I don't think I would have voted for her.
Next area topic, we got another question that has come up here, and this is from Dot Anderson. She asked a couple of the other questions earlier. Mr. Lee, what do you think about open borders and immigration? We've got the southern border, overwhelming, unprecedented number of illegal aliens that are crossing over the border. Over 2 million that they documented last year. That was only what they documented. This is not what they did not catch. So who knows? We probably had another 500,000 to 1 million more come across the border than the 2 million recorded. We have Title 42, which was holding them back. One of the few Trump administration border policies that was left in place. That's now going to be eliminated. That was about the only thing that was sending people back across the border again and out of the United States. It's about ready to be completely shut down to where they're just going to have a free-for-all coming across the border. So where do you stand on immigration? Where do you stand on the border? What do you want to see for the future if you make it down there into D.C.? Where do you see our border in the future going on down there for that?
Ms. Anderson? Ms. Anderson.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Happy Easter to you. Thank you for your contribution and your time with us. Thank you for the important issue. So I have to agree with former President Trump on that. Building southern border wall, I think is necessary. And if I become president of the United States, I can build the southern border wall less than a year. Okay. How? Yeah, concurrently. Okay, money. A lot of Americans want to see that wall built. So we'll take donation money. Okay. And also we can introduce some business concept too. Okay, if we have like thousands of miles of stretch of border wall, there's an advertisement space right there. Okay, yeah, the billboard chart, whatever. Okay, and also we have another idea like how about we sell the space for permanent display of some people's name, maybe their poem along the border wall. Yeah, it is a huge area of business opportunity right there. Not just on the American side, on the Mexican side too. Okay? And what we can do is this. We have thousands of miles of uninterrupted border wall. Along the border wall, we'll have this hiking trail or bicycle trail along the border wall because it's uninterrupted. Okay? And if we have that, it will be international tourist destination. And there'll be hotels, restaurants along the border wall. We can make tons of money, okay? That's how we can fund this border wall project, okay? And Mexicans, they will love it too because they'll be making a lot of money just like we will.
So in other words, you're kind of like saying that we should turn it into like the Great Wall of China and turn it into one big giant tourist attraction. Here's a section that you can walk across the top, and the ramparts kind of maybe build up something that looks similar to the Great Wall itself, where they would light the emergency fires to alert the next tower down the line that the Mongolians or whoever is now trying to get across the border, and time to raise up the defenses or come defend this section of the wall. But in this case, we would be using it as a tourist attraction. Have your roadside 66 diners sitting there and come and eat a meal as you're looking through the wall. And here's all the cameras set up that you can sit there and watch each section and see if you can catch yourself an illegal border crosser. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing some kind of ideas for tourist attractions, but expand on that a little bit more. I mean, can you see that coming about to turn that into a money maker that actually pays for itself, that people might actually accept?
What do you mean?
Oh, for like the border wall. I mean, making it into like a Great Wall of China where everybody goes out there and it's a tourist trap. Come and see. I mean, there's such a stigmatism behind that wall, but Americans seem to have no problem sending $35 billion to the UN and those countries right now to protect the borders around Ukraine, but they won't spend the $35 billion to build the entire wall down at the southern border, because that's what they've told us over and over again. It's going to cost $40 billion to build that whole stretch. Yet they have no hesitancy sending $35 billion to a foreign country to protect their borders and build their walls. But when it comes to protecting our own border and our own security and having our own walls, suddenly that money isn't available and they don't have it anymore. So what are you doing to fix it? I mean, immigration, open border, what other solutions you got?
Immigration crisis. Yeah, first we need border wall, and if I'm president of the United States, yeah, I can build a border wall without single penny of taxpayers' money. Okay, we get private funding, international investment. Okay, because they will make a lot of money. Okay, they will return on investment. Okay, now beside the border wall, okay, once we build a border wall, yeah, there will be less illegal immigration. Okay, so because the problem, I mean, Democrats, they love open border because, I love South America, by the way. I love them, okay? A lot of my friends are Hispanics, okay? But they come illegally and they become Democrats, and so that Democrats would have more election wins. So that's one of the reasons why Democrats support open border war. And but when it comes to immigration issue in general, again, I have to agree with former President Trump. There should be vetting. We cannot just let everybody in. And I myself, I was born in Ithaca, New York, 1978. When my parents came to study, my father studied economics. Okay, I was born here, and after 3 months, when I was a baby, we all moved back to South Korea. I grew up there until 19, like when I was in high school, graduation, South Korea. That was back in 1997. So I used to have dual citizenship of South Korea and America, and I picked America because I love freedom. So back in 1997, I came to the Madison, Wisconsin to study computer science. And so that's 1997. So yeah, immigration, yeah, there should be vetting. We cannot let everybody in. And yeah, so I mean, to become American citizens, you should know English so that you can get a job in America once you come here. Otherwise, we have to support them because they cannot get a job. And it will be come out of taxpayers' money. And we don't want that. And problem with immigration, illegal immigration especially is this, okay? They come to America, perhaps with the American dream, but they don't speak the language, so they cannot get a job, so they start committing crimes. They steal. And they're not happy, they don't speak the language, they are lonely, and because they don't speak English. So they get angry, they don't have money, so they commit crimes. Very predictable, right? Yeah, so that's why illegal immigration is not good.
Give me just 1 second here. I am literally typing in a message to folks out there watching. Please like, share this video, folks. The more of you out there that like and share this video, the more people that we get educated for those who are running for Senate. A lot of good questions that are coming out here today, a lot of good answers. You may not like what's being heard. You may agree, you may disagree. Leave it in the comments down below. We are monitoring everything here on Facebook, so if you're watching us on YouTube right now or on Twitter, or you're watching us on our alternative Facebook channel on Unfiltered, please come to Politadick on Facebook and leave your questions in the comments down below. I am monitoring them live right now to answer them so that we can all participate in this discussion with Huhnkie Lee, who is running for a U.S. Senate seat down in D.C. and hopefully will be one of the ones that is successfully unseats Lisa Murkowski in the primaries. He would be a name to definitely make sure that you get down onto the ballot as one of your top 4 picks. And so that way we don't have to worry about having Murkowski even make it onto the general elections ticket. And that will bring into one of those other questions that was asked here a little while ago about ranked choice voting. What are we going to do about ranked choice voting? What type of options are we going to have here in Alaska? We know that ranked choice is going to play a big factor in who makes it to the general election and who doesn't. And what do you have a game plan to make sure that you are on the top of that ticket as the top 4 that gets moved on, the top 4 vote getters? And if you do got a game plan, are you willing to share your strategy to make sure you're there and maybe other people can help you be on the top 4? How about it, Huhnkie? Do you got any ideas on how to make sure you're in the top 4 in our new voting system for ranked choice?
Yeah, so the way I approach the political campaign is this. I'm experimental. Also, it's kind of like gambling, right? Yeah, I'm a believer, I'm a Christian, so I'm like, I will take my chance with Jesus. I will roll the dice with Jesus. Okay, so yeah, zero penny campaign. I don't take any money from people. I use my own money. Okay, not too much. Okay, just as much as I can. Okay, because I'm not wealthy. Okay. Also, one man campaign. Yeah, I when I go campaigning out there, I'm all by myself. Okay, I like it that way. Okay. Yeah. So, uh, today's Sunday. Yesterday was Saturday. I went to Anchorage. I live in Knik Fairview, just outside of Wasilla in the Matsu Valley in Alaska. So in the morning I drove to Anchorage and I have one campaign T-shirt. I wore it and I went to the Midtown Mall wearing this campaign T-shirt and because they have this event with the plants like gardening plants. Yeah, just walking around and go to restaurant and wearing my campaign T-shirt like Huhnkie Lee for U.S. Senate. Okay. And I do that. I did that yesterday, and then I came home. And I did the Friday Night Live with Huhnkie Lee, which is Zoom meeting, open to everybody. Yeah, it's Facebook Live and also Zoom meeting, and also I recorded and published to Vimeo.com. So that's where I interact with people via Zoom online, and I learn from people. I share my knowledge with them, and then so it's knowledge exchanging kind of event. Yeah, sometimes we talk about politics and my candidacy. Sometimes if they're interested, but we talk about anything. Okay. Yeah.
So if I was to go to my Google search right now and type something into the search bar, how would I find you? What would I type in there to get to go and watch your Zooms or your VMIO? I mean,
Vimeo. Yeah.
if I was to be on Facebook, what page am I looking for on Facebook to find you? Where do I find you elsewhere? What sites do we need to go to?
Okay. So if you go to Google, right, and type Vimeo, Vimeo, Vimeo space Huhnkie, Huhnkie, then you see the past episodes of Friday Night with Huhnkie Lee. Okay, that typically lasts like 3 to 4 hours, sometimes even 7 hours, and participants typically like there are 5 people, 10 people from all over the world. Okay, they're from Europe. It is Zoom meeting, internet. Okay, so sometimes they are from Africa, South America, Canada, America, sometimes Alaska, sometimes Asia, Australia. Okay, they're from everywhere. Okay, so very interesting intellectual discussion. So that's past episodes. So every Friday at 6 p.m. Alaska, I do this Friday night Huhnkie Lee. So I copy and paste the Zoom link to Facebook on Fridays. Okay, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter and Blogger. Okay, so you can just click on that link and then 6 p.m. Alaska time. Yeah, you can join in and you can talk about anything. It's people's time to give voice to the people. Okay, so I do that every Friday, sometimes Saturday and Sunday too. Okay, and so yesterday I took a nap after that, and then I woke up like 8 p.m. Saturday evening. And I dressed up like this, and I went to karaoke bar, Wasilla downtown, tailgaters. So when it's my turn to sing, I grab the mic and say, okay, my name is hello, Canadians, ladies and gentlemen in Alaska. My name is Huhnkie Lee. I'm running for the United States Senate as an independent Alaskan in this year 2022, and this is my campaign song. Then I sing and dance. Typically, I sing love songs because political campaign is like romantic courtship. So any love song will make great campaign song, okay? Like the Beatles, Beachy Boys, Bee Gees. I'm kind of oldie, okay? So I'm 43. And then, sometimes I go to like dance clubs, like Moksha Salon in Wasilla, Palmer, the Four Corners Lounge. Now they renamed it as a Spurs Bar and Grill. Yeah, I go to those places, and yeah.
So we got the big political hoopla going on, whatever you would like to call it. Brandon administration has rebranded it as the Putin price hike, the Putin hyperinflation. It's all Putin's fault. even though all of this was happening long before Putin ever invaded Ukraine. And so now we've got the Ukraine-Russia invasion, Russia going in, trying to take over Ukraine. If you follow mainstream media, Ukraine is this upstanding place that everybody in America and around the world should be standing up to fight against the oppression of the Russian oligarch, the tyranny there trying to take over Ukraine. Yet anybody that follows politics deeply knows that Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries that we have out there. I mean, there's nothing there that says that they're the upstanding people that they are making themselves out to be. A good example is our own President of the United States saying either you fire that person or no $1 billion for you for the investigation into the Biden-Hunter scandal of pay to play. So we've got Ukraine. I feel for the people. I really do feel sorry for them. Politics aside, I really do feel sorry for the people that are there. All they wanted was their independence. They gave up their nuclear weapons with a guarantee from the European nations and from America that they gave up their weapons, that they would be under the umbrella of protection. Yet here they are, second time in my lifetime that I'm aware of that they have been invaded. And they went after Crimea, and they got it, and now they're going after all of Ukraine. We've got Russia. Biden says, "Oh, look at all these sanctions we've placed against against Russia. They're economically destroyed. We're going to watch that happen. It's going to not be overnight, but it'll be virtually close to that." Yet we watch places like China, who we were talking about earlier, that have brought in their credit card system for Russia to use so that they can keep themselves globally still making exchanges on the economic market out there. We've got Saudi Arabia, Iran, and other places like that who are all still have not shown any neutrality in either direction, whether they're for, against Russia or not against Russia. But all the support you see them giving is for Russia. And that they're definitely not holding up to their UN pact. So where do you stand on Putin, his invasion on Ukraine? What are your feelings towards the people of Ukraine as in general, as in for the people? And then I would also like your take as a country, knowing that, Nazi mentality is very strong and well within the Ukraine nation. And that type of thinking is still very popular there. So what's your take on Russia, Putin, Ukraine?
Yeah, thanks for the question, sir. Very important. Actually, let's start with year 2020, okay? I ran for US president in 2020, okay? So obviously I lost. Because why did I run for US president in year 2020? Because I think I'm smarter than former President Donald Trump. I think I'm smarter than he is. And I think I'm also smarter than current President Joe Biden. That's why I ran. Okay? But I lost. Now, hypothetically, let's imagine I got elected in 2020, president's election, okay? So I'm the president right now, hypothetically, okay? So what I would do, what I would have done, well, first of all, I know some Russian language, okay, which is very similar to Ukrainian language too, okay? I love both countries. When it comes to Russia, you have Leo Tolstoy, you have Fyodor Dostoevsky, the great literature, with the music, you have like Tchaikovsky, and I'm a huge fan of Russian history, language, culture. They have like great cultural heritage, okay? So if I was the president right now, okay, I would have a good relationship with President Putin, President Zelensky, okay, all the leaders of the world. mutual understanding, appreciation, respect. But what if, in this alternative universe, hypothetical, when I'm president of the United States in the year 2022, what if Mr. Putin still invaded Ukraine? What would I do? Well, I would have a Zoom meeting with Mr. Putin. Hey man, like let's have vodka, let's sing some songs together. I guess obviously you're kind of bored. I think that's why you are doing this, okay? Hey, stop it, okay? Let's have vodka together in the Zoom meeting. And I don't like traveling, okay? So just in the Zoom meeting, yeah, let's have some vodka, like and just sing together some your favorite karaoke songs. And because if you're bored, you don't go invade other countries, man. Why don't I teach you how to dance? That's what you do when you are bored, okay? You sing, dance, maybe you know judo. Well, I know some judo too. Maybe you can teach me how to do judo in the Zoom meeting. Yeah, martial arts, brand new martial arts, okay? Nunchucks. Yeah, that's how. Well, why don't you go fishing, okay? Whatever, hiking, hunting, huh? But what if he does not listen and still invade Ukraine? Then I will have a Zoom meeting with President Zelensky of Ukraine, okay? President Zelensky, I recommend you to surrender right away. Because there's no way Ukraine can defeat Russia, okay? If you surrender and if you order your Ukrainian soldiers and Ukrainian people just peacefully surrender, nobody dies. Yeah, you say you care about democracy, independence, freedom. Guess what? People's lives are more important than those ideologies. No ideology, including democracy, independence, freedom, is worthwhile a cause to sacrifice human lives. That's what I would have said to President Zelensky.
So basically you're telling Ukraine just give up, surrender, hand over everything to Putin, let him take over control. It kind of looked like that was what was going to happen in the beginning of this, but when it came time until they started announcing that they are arming the citizens, which really surprised me that they would take a stance of why America has the Second Amendment to begin with. A well-armed nation is a very strong nation versus a nation that has no weapons trying to fight tyranny when it tries to rear its ugly head. It appeared, in my opinion anyways, I saw Russia when Putin first invaded, he was trying to do his best to avoid casualties. He was moving through, his targets were very select. He was only targeting places that had military interest or had military presence in their locations. Mm-hmm. And then the war got taken to the streets. Ukrainians started fighting for themselves, setting up places within populated areas to defend. And Putin had to change his strategy at that point. Instead of going after strategic targets, it became guerrilla warfare, which we saw against like the Taliban. Mm-hmm. Is a good example of that. They had to go street by street by street by street, clearing out the insurgents, so to speak. And in this case, Ukraine thinks the insurgents is the Russians, and the Russians think the insurgents are the actual Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are now the Taliban. It depends on which side of the fence you sit on. Who's wearing the hat of the Taliban? Is it Russia or is it Ukraine? Depends on which angle you're looking at. And now Russia, according to media, Putin has taken a couple of black eyes and has gotten pushed back, had to reorganize, lost some strategic ships. Tens of thousands of troops, thousands of tanks. The drone attacks are wearing all of their tolls. Why do you think Ukraine is fighting so hard to keep their independence from Russia? I mean, it sounds like they kept the German I mean, going by what little mainstream media has divulged about actual Ukrainian politics or their philosophy or traditions on life, a lot of it came out that they have like the Nazi mentality of the old world of you know, blue-eyed, blonde-haired. You are either a certain race or you're not, and only that is acceptable here. And we are going to be our way or the highway type mentality. And Russia has turned into more of a democracy in that regards. In comparison. So why is the big hoopla? I mean, why is the European nations in such a tizzy? I mean, you would think that to end the disruption, to get our economy back on track. Your thoughts of Ukraine just giving it all up sounds like it would have been the logical choice from the very beginning. So why not? Why hasn't it happened that way?
Well, first of all, they elected for a wrong person. Yeah, Mr. Zelensky, Volodymyr Zelensky. I am not a huge fan of that gentleman. I think he is very proud, and he wants to be portrayed as a war hero. And that's like, even in U.S. Congress, he got standing ovation in that Zoom meeting, right? So President Zelensky, very vainglory. He was in Dancing with the Stars, okay? This like big ego, pride, and but so Ukrainians, unfortunately, they elected a wrong person to be their president, and who is very misleading, misguiding, and he should have surrendered, but he couldn't. He was too proud, okay? He should have surrendered and ordered his people to stand down. And because, okay, let's use historical imagination. Okay, let's run hypotheticals. What if President Zelensky, okay, now we are back in this imaginary space, okay? I'm President of the United States, 2022, and Russia invaded Ukraine, and I talked to Mr. Zelensky in the Zoom meeting, and let's assume that he listened to me. So he surrendered, he ordered Ukraine to surrender, and so they listened, and nobody dies, and now Ukraine become part of Russia. Okay, now what would happen next? I do not think Russia would treat Ukrainians as slaves. I don't think so. As long as Ukrainians comply. Now, there will be less degree of freedom when Ukraine become part of Russia, because Russia is dictatorship country, totalitarianism under President Putin. Okay? Yeah, so there will be less freedom of speech. You will not be able to criticize your president, Putin. Now, Ukraine is part of Russia, okay? All right. Now, that small degree of freedom, the freedom of speech, is it worthwhile to die for? I don't think so. Look, under totalitarian regime of President Putin in Russia, we are talking about Russia, okay? They are not slaves. As long as they don't speak against President Putin, they're not going to go to jail. Yeah, they drink vodka in Russia. Yeah, they go hunting, they go hiking, they go to dance club, and they go to restaurants. Life in Russia is not that bad. Look, I'm in America. Obviously, I love freedom. I love freedom of speech. I love democracy, constitutional republic, American Constitution. That's why I'm here. But when it comes to life and death situation like Ukraine and Russia, let's prevent death, because Ukraine can get back their freedom, democracy, freedom later on, maybe in 10 years, who knows? Why? Again, let's go back to history, okay? That's very important that we study history. India was a colony of British Empire. Mahatma Gandhi freed India from the high and mighty British Empire, the empire where sun never sets, British Empire. Mahatma Gandhi freed India from Great Britain Empire without using a single bullet. It's a pure diplomacy, yeah, peaceful demonstration. he freed India from British Empire without using a single bullet. Okay, that's the power of a very good politician. So a good politician can make a big change and save lives, prevent human death. Okay, of course it's very rare that we have that kind of politician. Okay, I believe I'm one of them, one of those rare, exceptional politician. Okay, yeah, that's what I think. So I'm sorry if I'm being arrogant. Okay, but hey, maybe I should learn about humility. Huh?
No. It's good to hear some other viewpoints that's not mainstream media talking points. This is one of our few times to actually get out there and actually express ourselves and hopefully not find ourselves censored in the end. Because as I've learned here recently that even just having said someone's particular name that has been banned on either Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, and bringing up anything that may cite a study or something like that that they may have done is enough to get you censored off of the platform. And the Michael Dukes show is a good example of that. He had someone on there the other day, and they had brought up a case study, and the documentable evidence is there to back up, and they only mentioned the study. They didn't even actually go into details, and he found himself banned off of YouTube for a week because of breaking their so-called policies and information. So hopefully this doesn't have that happen. I've watched a lot of that. I'm going to be doing a live stream of something like that here at the end of the month, discussing election integrity and the upcoming elections. And the only place I can find any videos on this particular subject, that the presenters of this are on Rumble right now. And all of my platforms are on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. I'm not on Rumble. Rumble costs big bucks to be able to live stream to them, especially if you're planning on having any kind of audience participating. So I'm curious to see where things are going to stand at. I mean, you can't talk bad about Ukraine. You can't say nice things about Russia. You can't talk bad about Russia. Oh, wait a minute. Now you can talk bad about Russia, but you're only allowed to say good things about Ukraine, where you couldn't, the standards of what is acceptable and not acceptable keep on flip-flopping. If you would have brought up Hunter Biden's laptop a year ago, you were Russia disinformation. You are Putin's little toy to be flung around and manipulated, putting out his propaganda. 51 security specialists all agree that it was Russian disinformation, to where now mainstream media is going, uh-oh, Biden may be in trouble, pay for play. Where do you stand at it? And the reason why I'm kind of going in the direction I'm taking this conversation, I'm sure you're aware of where I'm leading this. We've got a big distrust of mainstream media. We're watching silencing of censorship of folks out there for anything. Even this video right here, even though we did discuss climate change, we didn't bring up anything in our discussion today that would have got us flagged. I know that for a fact, because I have been flagged for everything you can conceivably think of for climate change. But if you go and look at the video right now, it already has a Facebook warning underneath it telling you the global temperatures of climate change. Learn more, click this link here. What happened to my free speech? I can't even openly have an opinion or discuss it without fact checkers wanting to label my stuff as, he may not be telling you the truth. It may be, he openly admits it's an opinion, but we're going to label it just to be on the safe side. And that label that they put on this video right now has made sure that more people are not seeing it. Which is really sad. And so we've got big tech, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Spotify, the Joe Rogan experience, all the different little things I'm bringing up here. And then we got the newest, of course, Twitter and Elon Musk. Elon trying to bot out the Twitter stock and all of that. Conservatives are looking at it as this is a move to actually reopen up free speech. The Democrats and the left are saying, no, this is you trying to take over all speech and push fake news. And where do you stand on the censorship? I mean, you got platforms, Twitter,
Yeah.
YouTube, and Facebook. They're supposed to be open platforms.
Mm-hmm.
There was laws made in Congress, which you're going to be in charge of. When you get there, you can change this.
Mm-hmm.
That the number one law that was put into place was 230 protections.
Okay.
And those 230 protections means that they are not publishers. So no matter what I posted up there, what you have posted up there,
Mm-hmm.
those hosting the platform, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, are not liable for what you post up there.
Okay.
But I got a fact check
Mm-hmm.
on this already, just because climate change was in the title.
Right.
What other fact checks are they going to put label down on the bottom of this? I mean, I'm sure sooner or later today we're going to probably talk about coronavirus and the virus and the SARS-2 and the next version that's out there, how this may be more deadly or why they may lock us back down again because of it, or why you have to get that fourth shot.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I'm sure if I go and look now, there's that fact check. Where do you stand on the big tech censoring the whole thing? I mean, I unpacked a lot there, but I want your take on where do you feel we stand at for this type of business going on down there?
It's very...
There are 230 protections on top of it.
Yeah, it's very interesting because we are talking about Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine have more degree of freedom of speech than Russia, right? And then now we are talking about freedom of speech in America. So it's so interesting discussion right here because we just realized even in America we don't have that much freedom of speech. Huh? Even in America, the most free country, the freest country in the world when it comes to freedom of speech, we still have, freedom of speech is not very perfect, it's not complete. We still have oppression, suppression against freedom of speech, even in America. So, big tech company like YouTube, which is owned by Google, and you have Facebook. So, when it comes to censorship, it's about balancing act, okay? I mean, yeah, I host this Friday Night Live with Huhnkie Lee. Sometimes I censor them too. Why? Sometimes they Zoom bomb, okay? I mean, if they, let's say, some guest participant in the Friday Night Huhnkie Lee, if they are LGBT community member, and if they want to express their opinions about it, I'm more than welcome to discuss that issue and let them express their opinion. Let me express my opinion. We may disagree. Maybe this person is pro-LGBT, I'm anti-LGBT, but we can have intellectual discussion about it. I'm all for that. But some participants in Friday Night Huhnkie Lee, they are not serious about intellectual debate, discussion. They are just too disruptive. They play loud music. Then I have to let them go because they're too disruptive and prevent meaningful discussion. So I have to let them go. So that's kind of censorship, actually. Okay. So some degree of censorship is necessary. Okay, but
well, I can agree with censorship there. Some things should not be allowed. Like I shouldn't be able to go running into a crowded theater and yell fire, fire, fire when there's no fire inside of the theater. I should not be able to say kill all Americans openly and daily. I should not be allowed to go target a senator or the president of the United States for assassination, those type of things should be censored, propagated, investigated, criminalized, and people locked up in jail. We even had people here in Alaska that recently had that happening, making threats to Senator Lisa Murkowski.
Yes.
And we've got the more recent with Ann Zink. More threats were made against her. And I found myself being censored because of that, because they were blaming the video that I had made of the governor and several other people that were speaking that day. And they blamed that video on causing those threats to be made. Yet these are the same people that I know wouldn't have done it. It always seems when you go and uncover where the censorship begins and where it stops. I'm all for an open platform that allows free speech, allows a differences of opinion, whether they be truthful or fictitious, or it doesn't matter to me, as long as it's an open platform to be able to discuss openly whatever. That's how people learn, is by making mistakes. And if you can't have an open discussion and make mistakes in your thinking and have them corrected, you just keep going down that same path over and over and over again. So we got our free speech platforms, Twitter, Elon Musk. I'm going to bring them right now to the forefront. I sat and watched the TED Talk that he had here a couple days ago, all the way through it. And I learned a lot. I may not have agreed with everything that Elon had to say that day. I agreed with the majority of what he had to say. I mean, this is where open dialogue, open discussion comes into play, and without being censored. But I would not be surprised to find Facebook or YouTube or Twitter censoring that video or that talk with Elon, because they don't want that type of free thinking out there in the public. God give people the ideas that their opinions might actually matter.
Yeah.
It's only the opinions they agree with that matter. And if they don't agree with your opinion, it doesn't matter. Hence the fact check that we've got here. Go find out more about climate change and the global medium temperatures of our planet right now. That's why the 230 protections were put there, to stop folks like Twitter from staunching those other opinions.
Okay.
These people aren't calling for the death of all Americans like like those in Iran are doing, but they're still on Twitter. They still have those pages. But if I personally, being in the United States, was to put that up there and say death to all Americans on Twitter, I would find myself banned for life and kicked off of Twitter.
I see.
Where does the censorship stop? Where does it begin? I mean, what are we going to do to change that? I mean, I'm really curious to see where this upcoming election is going to be at for Don Young and seat and his replacement. You running in the primaries. How much is mainstream media going to cover you? What are they going to do? Will they even do an interview with you? Will ADN sit down with you and have a one-on-one interview and write up what you have to say and put it into a well-thought-out article? Or are they going to do like they've done every other year and literally just take an opinionated person who's running against you, and like the Blue Alaskan, we'll just throw that name out there, the Blue Alaskan writes an article on you and mainstream media picks it up because that matches their agenda that they want to promote about who you really are, versus here's 2, 3, 4 hour interview going on, asking every question under the sun. Will they pick up even one piece of this? Or is it going to be censored? I mean, just like Facebook is doing right now. I mean, if I would have done this interview with you 3 years ago, we'd had 4,000 views on this video. It would have been getting shared all over the place. I only had a couple hundred followers back then. And if you're not aware, Politadick is officially 5 years old today.
Oh, congratulations, sir. 5-year anniversary.
It is official. My first posting that I can find on Facebook was made April 17th in 2017. So we officially became 5-year-old as of today, exposing what mainstream media and our local governments won't tell us. And but I've watched the censorship go downhill since then. A video 2 years ago that I would have shared just like this, maybe 1,000 hits by the time it's over with. This one here, I'll be surprised if it's reached 100 or 200 people before it's through, even though I have 4,600 and some followers on this page.
Okay.
We'll have less than 1%, 10% guaranteed. We're talking more like 2% of the followers that follow Politadick are going to see this video because of censorship. They say there's no shadow banning going on, but we're being banned. What are you going to do to change that? I mean, I want to send you down to D.C. I want you in the Senate. But if you're going to go down there and join the Murkowskis and say those 230 protections are there to protect you, the Twitter, the YouTube, the Facebook, from being what other people say, but they're private entities, so they can censor whoever the hell they want. So now here they want the rights of a publisher, and they want the rights of a open public platform.
Okay.
You can't have both.
I see.
Either you're an open public platform that allows free speech and doesn't censor, or you're a publisher and you censor the crap out of whatever you don't agree with.
Yeah.
Right now we've got the publisher happening with the 230 protections so that they never can get sued by us when they do their publisher censoring.
Okay.
What are you going to do to change that? I want to know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm asking you, Huhnkie. I'm sending you down to D.C. I want my freedoms. I want my freedom of speech back. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to change that?
So, so it's like this, like any project, not just in politics. You can, the approach, it would be like gradual approach, like in business, in politics, anywhere, in military. First, I would talk to, if I become U.S. Senator, okay, I would have a Zoom meeting with the CEO of YouTube, like Google, whoever in charge of YouTube, and also whoever in charge of like Facebook, if we're Mark Zuckerberg or whoever, and one-on-one Zoom meeting, right? To talk to them, hey, it's too un-American to censor too much because platform like Facebook, YouTube, it's like quasi-government. It's almost like a government. It's like government is run by taxpayers' money. And big companies like YouTube, Google YouTube, and Facebook, they make revenue from advertisement, and which is included in the price of the food and any product that we buy that advertise on television, right? So when we buy food that get advertised, we actually, some part of the price, money, when we buy things, products, some part of that money, certain percentage go to Facebook, go to Google. Because these products, company, manufacturers, they advertise in Google, YouTube, and also in Facebook. So it's kind of like taxation, okay? So that's why private company is, when it's become very big, it's no longer that private. It's more like public entity. It's more like government, okay? So I explained that to them, okay? And so if we are quasi-government as a big international company like Facebook or Google, you have more responsibility now, and you should behave more like a government, okay? And you should be more like democratic, constitutional republic, democratic country. Like you should care more about freedom of speech, just like American government does, okay? Where you're supposed to. So I explained to them, they may listen. This is sunshine policy. Let's first befriend and gain their trust, and let's just talk. But if they don't listen, then we have to make a bill, write a bill, and legislate, so that and force them to do that. That's how there will be a two-step process. First, talk to them. Second, If they don't listen, because they may listen. If they listen, we don't have to write any bill. We don't have to go through this long process of legislation, president signing it. We can bypass all that if they listen. So let's talk to them, okay? If they don't listen, then we have to write a bill and pass and force them to do that stuff. So.
Well, I want to make sure that there's no confusion going on here, because you did say something there that kind of made me question where you were going with this. Are you saying big business has the right to dictate because they're as big as government?
No.
I mean, that's kind of what it sounded like there. I mean, like Google Analytics, I mean, Google is becoming so big and they're commercialized and they're collecting all of this revenue coming in. And on the political stage, they have the right to take control and do things and dictate because they're the size of government. That is basically what I heard you say there as part of what you're describing.
No.
I want to make sure no one else is hearing what I heard and getting us confused, because I know I followed along with everything that you just had to say there, but that part kind of like I felt my hairs on the back of my neck stand up when I heard corporate should have that kind of control, and that's why I'm making sure if anybody else heard it that way, let's clarify that so that there's no misconception. What did you mean?
Okay, so it's like this. Democracy has a long history. We are talking about government and the people, okay? It has evolved such that now American government in all levels, like city, county, I mean, in Alaska we call it borough. So city level, borough level, and state level, then federal level, that American democracy, constitutional republic, is a result of thousands of years of evolution of a government. And compared to other countries and compared to the past, I think American democracy, constitutional republic is the best. Compared to the past and compared to other countries, okay? It's very democracy, okay, ruled by the people, okay? So, because it's an evolution for thousands of years, okay? Now, when it comes to corporations, they have evolution too, okay? Private sector, big corporations, okay? But this global corporation as big as YouTube, Google, Facebook, is relatively new, okay? So we need to educate them so that they evolve into a more democratic constitutional republic kind of ruled by the people kind of institution, okay? But now, that like tyranny, dictatorship. We need to educate them. We need to correct them, okay? They should have more elements of democracy ruled by the people, because now what they're doing is dictatorship, which was how Europe was back in the days. Dictatorial kings, queens, dynasty. Even today, some other countries are like dynasty, dictatorship, totalitarian regime, okay? Now, Google, Facebook, they're kind of behaving like dictatorship because their history of evolution is not very long. They're relatively new. Corporations, I mean, Facebook, Google, they're like, how many years old are they? 40 years?
Not even.
Yeah. So they're still young. So they're acting like a baby, like dictator. Okay? We need to educate them, okay?
I mean, the infancy was back in the 90s when a lot of this stuff got started. And the beginning of it all was, the IBM, floppy disk, Commodore PCs, the Packer Packer Bells that came out. That was the leading generation where 14K was like streaming compared to 56K speeds, modems, dial-up, to where now you pick it up out of thin air going at 5G speeds, and they're talking about it even going even faster thanks to like the Starlinks and all those other technologies that are being launched out there every day that are helping speed things up.
Right.
So as for technology, and I mean, Facebook really didn't exist until like 2000. Google was nothing more than a federal government playground for the elite scholars in our universities.
Right.
Was the best way to describe it. I remember my first days going and searching the internet, and you had to understand what Boolean was and Boolean coding just to be able to string a sentence together to perform a proper search to get the information that you needed. You didn't just type in what is the latest hairdo and get over 3 million hits. It just didn't work that way in the infancy, to where now here you type in the word hairdo and here's your top 5 million hits on Google.
Okay.
But if I type that on DuckDuckGo, I'll get a completely different string of hits coming to me. And it's amazing, and this brings me right back into the censorship again.
Yeah.
How much things are geared towards one side versus the other. I can literally type a search into Google for, say, Hunter Biden's laptop and put the words, and in quotes, Fox News only. And my first 10 pages, I might be able to find 1 or 2 or 3 Fox News broadcasts about Hunter Biden's laptop, but here's CBS, CNN, MSNBC, they're all in the top hits, yet Fox News is at the very end, and this is through Google. But I go to DuckDuckGo and put Fox News in quotes, same exact words, and here's my first 5 pages of all these Fox News articles on the Hunter Biden laptop. How do we trust big tech? If we can't trust what we're getting in our searches, we can't trust what we're seeing on television, where do we get our information from? Where do you get your information from? Are you a one source, multiple source? Where do you... Are you just pulling it all out of thin air and hope someone like me feeds you a bunch of information and you hope I'm correct? Tell me.
Okay, so news source. I'll be honest with you. Okay, I just on my cell phone, right? I go to Google and type news, and then I go to Google News. I'm sorry if I'm disappointing anybody. Okay, so Google News is like they pick from like AP, like Associated Press, and sometimes they pick from articles from Fox, sometimes from CNN, MSNBC. So yeah, that's Google News. Yeah, just different topics from all different sources. Sometimes I go to, again, I may disappoint you, but as a candidate, my job is to be honest with you, so that you can make informed decision when you vote for candidates. So my job is to be honest, okay? I go to MSN.com, okay? Because they have nice pictures in the, when they have the slide, auto slide, or this nice picture with the heading. So if it interests me, I click. And sometimes I go to Bing.com, which is Microsoft, okay? And they also have pictures, okay? So I just slide down and pick the news. But I'm not sure about MSN, but Bing.com, they also pull the news articles from all over, like sometimes from Fox, from CNN. So that's how I get my news. How many votes did I just lose?
Oh man, how many votes did you just gain? I mean, you showed that you're willing to listen to both the far fringed right and the far fringed left, and those sitting in the middle. So I guess you won a lot of votes from all different angles, and you lost all the votes from everybody that agrees the exact opposite of any one of those. So
okay.
From what I've seen, I have not had any new questions yet, other than please remove Lisa from James Horn there. So if you're just joining us right now, please like, share this video. Leave questions down in the comments. If you're watching on Twitter or YouTube right now, or on Politadick Unfiltered, please go to Politadick on Facebook and leave your comments or questions that you have in the comment section down below. We are doing our best to make sure we answer them as they come in, so don't hesitate to leave them. I am here with Huhnkie Lee, running for U.S. Senate seat to remove that rhino Lisa Murkowski, and you know, the one that has a hard time defining what a woman is, or what how important our children in Alaska are by her last vote of confirming the new Supreme Court justice. It just really shows you where her feelings are towards the children in Alaska, and the domestic violence and the abuse and the rape and everything else that goes on here in our state, and cannot define what, and puts a Supreme Court justice on that can't even define what a woman is, where we have some of the worst discrimination that goes on anywhere else in the United States, statistically here in Alaska. Huhnkie Lee is running to unseat her from that seat. He is here today answering lots of different questions. We have gone from topics from Russia to Ukraine to China to the LGBTQ community. We slightly touched upon CRT and the education in our schools, which will be probably where I'm going to lead towards in the next section that we move into, so that we can start discussing what's going on within our school systems out there. And again, this is your opportunity to like and share this video. Oh, excuse me there. We are going to take another short break, and during this break I'm going to put up another one of Dan Sullivan recently discussing the economic woes that we are having going on here in the United States. The war in Russia, he specifically targets Alaska in his discussion during this clip, and also what is going on in ANWR, and several other legislators came and discussed during this time. It's about 8 minutes long. It's well worth the watch. I have sat through it a couple times now. I always like to try to keep informed on what Mr. Sullivan, Senator Sullivan, has had to say down there in D.C., because out of the two senators that we have down there, I feel that Dan Sullivan is fighting for the majority of Alaskans' best interest, where when it comes to Senator Lisa Murkowski, she spends most of her time pandering to the minority, and then only when it's in politically her best interest does she cater to the majority. Other than that, it's the special interests that pay for her campaigns, and making sure that she is politically re-elected again, because that is what the swamp wants to have happen. So give me just a second here. I am going to bring up the next clip for Dan Sullivan there, and we are going to take a short break. Please like and share this video. In the meantime, please type your questions down below, and so that we can answer them when we return here shortly. We love your questions. We love to give you answers. Anything you would like to know about Huhnkie Lee, who is running for U.S. Senate, this is your opportunity to ask those questions and get them answered. If you were to vote for this man tomorrow, I'm sure that your top 10 questions would be the ones that you would want to have answered before you casted that vote for him. And so here's your opportunity to get those top 10 questions answered. I mean, one question is never enough. I'm throwing 10 out there. Let's have them, throw them, let's get them out there. Let's get them into the open. Let's get them answered so that you can learn things. I can learn things. We can know where Huhnkie here stands in the future, and if he is voted into the Senate, and we can all go from there. And so in the meantime, here is
Senator Dan Sullivan from from Senate Armed Services. Senator, it's so good to see you. Your reaction
good to see you, Liz.
It's good to see you. Former President Trump, new Washington Post interview, says Putin, quote, overplayed his hand by invading Ukraine. Trump got criticized for saying Putin is, quote, savvy and a genius. Trump says he was misquoted. He was talking about Putin making that move to negotiate a better deal for Russia. He says he was misquoted. What's your take on this?
Well, look, I think not only did he overplay his hand, as President Trump said, this is a clarifying moment for America. We're in this new era of authoritarian aggression led by the dictator Putin, the dictator Xi Jinping, and we need to make sure we're dealing with them from a position of strength. And, you know, Liz, your setup piece is one of these areas of strength, American energy. It's unbelievable that this administration would unilaterally surrender one of the great positions of strength that we have in the world right at the moment that Putin undertakes this brutal invasion. So that's something that we're going to continue to focus on, but it's something the Biden administration is still incredibly weak on.
You know, Senator, there's another gaffe from President Biden today. Watch what he told union workers about going to war.
And by the way, if I got to go to war, I'm going with you guys. I tell you. I mean it.
Okay, the White House cleaning that up, saying we're not going to war. What's your take on this?
Well, look, I mean, it's one gaffe after another, and sometimes you laugh about it, but to be honest, it's actually not funny. You know, he's the leader of the free world, and the White House is doing these cleanup operations almost every time the president opens his mouth. And it's actually becoming dangerous. It's not even funny. And I will tell you about some of these great union workers. You know, one thing I've learned in D.C., whenever the National Democrats have a choice between supporting the men and women who work and build things and the radical far-left environmentalists, they always support the radical far-left environmentalists, which is why so many of these great workers in America are seeing that the Republicans have a much better strategy with regard to our economy and certainly with regard to energy.
Including the Keystone Pipeline union workers.
No doubt.
You know, Obama claims he could not have predicted 5 years ago Putin invading Ukraine when Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014 and seized Crimea when Obama was president. So not clear what Obama is talking about and doing there. He also went after Mitt Romney for Mitt Romney saying Russia was a threat, and then we had Hillary Clinton talking about the reset button with Russia. So they're all over the map with this strategy.
Well, look, I remember this very well. One of the first press conferences I participated in as a brand new U.S. Senator was in 2015 when every member of the Armed Services Committee called on President Obama to give the Ukrainians Javelin missile systems so they could protect themselves. President Obama never did that. He never even gave them those kind of systems to protect themselves after the Russians had invaded Crimea.
Okay.
So that president has no leg to stand on at all when it comes to being tough with regard to Russia and Ukraine.
Now let's talk about this. Remember this. Biden on the campaign trail said fossil fuel executives should be jailed. Watch this.
To do is have to set sort of guide rails down now. So between the years 2021 and 2030, it's irreversible, the path we've set ourselves on. And one of which is doing away with any subsidies for fossil fuels, number one. Number two, holding them liable for what they have done, particularly in those cases where you're underserved neighborhoods and you know the deal, okay? And by the way, when they don't or when they're deliberate, put them in jail. That's what I'm not joking about this.
What is he talking about, putting them in jail? You know, is it too churlish to note that Biden failed to mention that Hunter got paid $1 million annually to sit on the board of a natural gas firm in Ukraine? Is he going to jail his son?
Well, look, I mean, you might remember what President Biden also said on the campaign trail, which is he wants to end fossil fuels. He said, we're going to do it. He says he was going to guarantee it. And you know, Liz, that's actually one of the campaign promises that he's actually trying to keep. And we're seeing the result. Higher prices, dramatically higher prices on working families, great energy workers who are being laid off, and empowering dictators like Putin and Xi Jinping. So,
well, you know what? Here's the thing, Senator. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you know we're feeling the pain, right? American families are feeling the pain.
Absolutely.
Middle class and blue collar workers. The San Francisco Federal Reserve says it's the president on his watch that the president's policies raised the nation's inflation rate by roughly 3 percentage points during his first year. The USDA is now warning food prices are going to go up about 5% in the coming year. And airplane ticket prices are going to go up because jet fuel inventories are down. You know, we're going to go through this, the ways that the Democrats have long said we want to get America off of fossil fuels. They're going to talk. They talked about raising the price of fossil fuel energy, carbon taxes. We're talking cap and trade schemes, higher royalty leasing fees. Barack Obama said his energy plan, quote, would necessarily cause electricity prices to go up. Senator, sit tight for 1 minute. I want you to watch Representative Steve Scalise get so angry at what happened with the oil executive hearing. Watch this.
He then went on and issued a barrage of mountains of red tape from every one of his federal agencies to make it harder to drill in America. All of these federal agencies putting mountains of red tape on every American driller, making it harder to drill in America.
Sit tight. Watch Democrats tell Americans, if you're suffering from high gas, buy a Tesla. Watch this.
Today, the average gas price in America hit an all-time record high of over $4 per gallon. I'm willing to pay $4 a gallon. Hell, I'll pay $15 a gallon because I drive a Tesla.
Perhaps if you let the market work in this respect, people will feel pain. They'll take a second look at that Ford F-450 gigantoid truck. They'll reconsider a Tesla. You'll see hybrid innovation.
I'm happy to be standing here sandwiched between our two electric vehicles. Secretary Buttigieg and I both have 2 of the electric vehicles.
We have to move to clean energy solutions. Clean is in the end where we should be so that we don't find ourselves in this position again.
That's it.
And there's no sound or fume.
There is nothing.
And so how do I know it's actually working?
It is.
We'll say it again. Department of Energy says U.S. electricity, nearly 70 to 80%, is powered by fossil fuels, nat gas, coal, and oil. So if you have more electric cars, you're going to need to double the use of fossil fuels, coal, oil, nat gas to power our electricity plants. Do they get it?
Well, look, Liz, I'm really glad you showed those highlights. A, it shows how out of touch so many of the Democrats are. And B, it shows that that hearing was another show trial. They're looking to try to blame everybody, whether it's the energy executives, whether it's Putin, on high energy prices. And we all know who it is. It's Joe Biden and his administration who from day one targeted the American energy sector. Steve Scalise is exactly right. They're trying to limit the production of American energy on federal lands. They're shutting down energy infrastructure like Keystone. And they are telling financial institutions with their woke left regulators to starve American energy companies from getting American capital. Of course, energy prices are going to go up. And then they go around the world begging dictators for more oil. It's a policy that's hurting the American people, hurting working families, and empowering dictators.
Senator Sullivan, thanks for joining us. It's good to see you.
Lots of buttons to be clicking there to get things back up and operating again. Thank you all for tuning in here today. I am live here with Huhnkie Lee, who is running for U.S. Senate and seat down in D.C. for Alaska. It has been a very stimulating conversations that we have been having. My glasses will transition back into normal mode here shortly, so forgive the dark glasses. I do not have a seeing problem, well, most times. I am getting old, that's why I wear glasses. But anyways, we do appreciate you guys all being here today. Please like and share this video. It is greatly appreciated. If you get a second, go to our website, politadick.com, and select that support button, and all donations and proceeds go right back into supporting what we do here. Currently, it pays for the website, it pays for the restream services so that we can be on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. We will soon hopefully be adding possibly a Twitch channel. We are also looking to get on to other platforms like Rebel and things like that to be able to start Rumble, not Rebel, Rumble, and hopefully be able to get on these different platforms and be able to start streaming on them too. Unfortunately, things like Rumble, they do cost money, and there's a monthly subscription price just to be able to live stream to them and bring in any sort of audience. So it takes your guys' support out there to make that happen. And we are here currently with Huhnkie Lee for U.S. Senate, and I will bring him back onto the screen here with me. And thank you, Huhnkie, for being with us here today. It is greatly appreciated. We just got done talking about censorship of Twitter and YouTube and Facebook and the effects that that's had on us. I do appreciate your input on that, and would emphasize that a lot more research needs to go into what is going on out there and seeing what we could do to reopen back up the platforms. Taking either the protections that Twitter and YouTube and Facebook all receive through the 230 protections that they have, and either getting rid of those so they no longer have those protections and they could become a publisher like they claim they are not, or they could either get rid of trying to protect themselves under publisher, which is what they've been doing, and follow the laws that the 230 protections provide them to make sure that free speech is not censored ever, short of those that laws are already there to protect. If you're just joining us, please like and share this video. That's what stops the suppression of Facebook. The more likes and shares, the more thumbs up we get during the broadcast, the more the algorithms out there push this video for more people to continue to keep seeing it. So thank you all out there who have done that so far. And those that are just continuing to watch right now, take a second, like, share, and also make sure you hit that notification button, whether you're on YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook. Hit that little bell to make sure you get notified anytime that we go live. And I am going to go and check here real quick, see if there's anything else. One person says, wondering if kids even know about life at 50 or 300 baud rates. 56K, 14K modems, dial-up, is I'm sure what this references to. And when it took a lunchtime to view a low quality picture, I mean something that was like 2 megabytes in size to 10 megabytes back on dial-up days, would have taken 5-10 minutes to have loaded onto your page just because of how long it took to download a megabyte at 56K a minute. Or a second. 56K is really slow when you're talking 1,000 megabyte file. Or just to be able to get that to come down. And let's see, any other questions here? Nope, that looks like about all that has kind of popped up during the meantime. So let's transition into the next step, kind of like my glasses have finally done transitioned back into where you can see my eyeballs once again, or almost there. And go into K through 12, early learning, and the universities, whether it be here in Alaska or in the lower 48. We've seen the federal government here recently weaponized against parents, speaking out at school board meetings. The NEA out there, or I always want to say NEA Alaska, because I always like to think Alaska is the center of everything, because that's where I'm from. And but they sent the letter to the FBI to designate all parents as terrorists if they come in and speak out against the school boards for imposing critical race theory. Indoctrination camps is what they've kind of turned into in our school systems. We got governors like Ron DeSantis that are passing bills to prevent that from happening. One of them was the we're not going to teach sex to kids in the in K through third grade period.
Right.
There's going to be no discussion about it whatsoever. And then it's very limited all the way through the 12th grade. It isn't until it gets to the university level that that law completely dissipates and the universities are kind of on their own.
Right.
And I can understand the thinking behind that. If you're paying for an education, if you want to pay for your own indoctrination, go right ahead. Just quit making us taxpayers for paying to indoctrinate our kindergarteners through 12th grade. I shouldn't have to be using my money to indoctrinate my kids. If I want an indoctrination to happen and I want to be indoctrinated or have my children indoctrinated, then pay for it yourself. Don't just do it.
Okay. Okay.
So where do you stand at in the big controversy? I mean, we've got the early education in K through 12 here in Alaska.
Right.
I know on the level that you're going to, you're looking at it nationally, not just locally. But locally, we've got our Alaska legislators breaking the law right now. They just passed early funding or forward funding for the next following school year beyond this year's budget for a tune of $1.2 billion. They stole the money from Alaskans Permanent Fund Corporation to do that early funding. That is the way they have written it into their statute for the bills that they're passing through. The Senate is trying to pass or I should say the Senate just recently passed the early learning, learn to read by 9 program or by the 3rd grade. Students to being able to read, that's supposed to help increase our scholastic scores here in Alaska. They're passing more money for early education, pre-education before kindergarten. I keep hearing these studies of them saying that early education produces a better student over the long run. Yet when I get out of the organizations that are ran by NEA and look at the organizations that are meant to actually look at the scholastical studies based upon performances of those who have gone through early education versus those who didn't start until kindergarten to get their education.
Mm-hmm.
It's true that early education does help the students out in the beginning.
Okay.
Through K through like 3rd grade to moving along and getting a good education.
Yeah.
But once you get past the 3rd grade and you start getting into the higher grades, you start to get into middle school and you get into high school, those students that had the early learning up front end up doing worse than the ones that never went through early learning at all. The ones that didn't go through early learning actually get better grades as time went on.
Okay.
And those studies are completely ignored. They're said that they're fringe studies, but when they're done on peer review, they're found to be extremely accurate and truthful.
Yeah.
So where do you stand on the critical race theory being taught in our schools? Diversity and equity is usually the 2 words that they use to hide the fact that it's actually critical race theory that's being taught.
Yeah.
North Star School District Borough on their website has it up in bold letters at the very top of their page.
Yeah.
Diversity and equity. During the lockdowns last year, Anchorage, through Zoom sessions and Facebook only, because there was no in-person allowed during these school board meetings, they passed their own diversity and equity training within the Anchorage School District.
Yeah.
So we've got the North Star School District, Fairbanks and the outlining areas there. We've got the Anchorage School District, and we also got the Juneau School District that is also now teaching the same thing.
Okay.
You've got the Kenai Peninsula Borough, who is not. They have not included equity and diversity into their scholastic training.
Yeah.
And you got the places like the Matsu Valley School District that has not included diversity and equity into their training.
Yeah.
I've unpacked a lot there.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on all of it?
Yeah, thank you for the great question. It's about the education issue. So yeah, critical race theory, I don't think it's a good theory. They say like racism exists in America. Uh, and race play a big role. Basically, that's basically their theory, the way I understand it. I don't think it's worthwhile theory to teach children. I don't think it's a good theory at all. I think what schools should focus also about equality, like discrimination, like LGBT, like that kind of education. I don't think they're good education at all. Okay. What if I become U.S. Senator, U.S. President, what I would recommend to schools in the nation, in Alaska, would be that you should get back to the basic, okay? I mean, this is to idealize contemporary ideological thing like LGBT. You have this anti-racism, Black Lives Matter, critical race theory. Yeah, there's a current contemporary ideologies which doesn't have them longer story, history, and they are not they have not passed the test of time. They are new theories, new ideologies, and I don't think they are good ideologies at all. What we should teach children is the theories that has passed withstood the test of time, like how about Socrates, Plato. You have more recent ones like John Locke, Immanuel Kant, or Friedrich Nietzsche, or like Arthur Schopenhauer, or John Stuart Mill, Jeremy Bentham, Francis Bacon. Those are philosophers that withstood the test of time. And how about like some lessons from religions too, or just history itself, like ancient history, those things, and also science, not climate change ideology. Again, anti-climate change ideology, or mandatory masking, COVID-19, those are new ideologies, and they did not withstand the test of time, and I don't think they will. I think they are bad ideologies, okay? So those things are not worthwhile to teach or learn, okay? And what we should learn and teach is like mathematics, biology, physics, foreign languages, and the science, engineering, and also economics, and those things, the solid, good old-fashioned knowledge, and also I also recommend teachers emphasize diet and exercise, and they should be a role model to their own students. Parents too. Diet and exercise, very important. Healthy diet and regular exercise. Parents and teachers in the world, in America, in Alaska, they should be role models to their own students and own children, okay? When it comes to diet, I talk about this all the time to my social media friends, because in social media, I have many friends who are under 18. Many times they are like 10 years old. Okay? Yeah. So I take the opportunity to educate them, like, regular exercise, healthy diet. In TikTok is like 30-minute video clip, right? I show in my cell phone camera in TikTok 30-minute video how I cook. How do I prepare hot dogs? And what do I put in hot dog? Yeah, hot dog sausage, I boil it in the water in the microwave. And I put vegetables in there. Sometimes baby carrots, broccolis. Sometimes just green vegetables like lettuce. Okay? And I film that and I eat it in front of camera in TikTok, okay? Also, in TikTok, I show them how I exercise, like one-hand push-up, sit-ups, sometimes martial arts too, also dancing, singing. Okay? Yeah, so that's what my recommendation to all the educators, teachers. It's about diet, exercise, martial art, acting, how to act like an actor, how to write essays, novels, and diet, exercise, martial arts. Also, like, yeah, I actually teach those things in social media. Okay? Yeah. So I'm playing a role of educator. And guess what? My friends in social media who are under 18 years old, they talk about me to their parents and their teachers too. And I fully get their support because they know I'm a good educator. Okay? So those are the things that educators should be focusing on. Exercise, diet, running, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and weightlifting, and martial arts, dancing, singing, writing, and foreign languages, science, mathematics, history, literature. Those are the things that education should be focusing on, as opposed to critical race theory, LGBT, climate change, or COVID-19. Forget about it. Yeah? That'll be my response to the education issue.
So what do you think about that? You brought up the LGBT community, and you got the transgenders that are now men who identify as women competing in women's sports.
Mm-hmm.
They're dominating it. Big issue here facing Alaska. I mean, the Senate has been putting a bill through, and it got stalled out because my fringe minority out there, instead of looking at this bill as for what it was written as, leveling the playing field, making sure that biological males are competing against biological male and male-only events, sports. Same with biological women competing against other biological women in their own designated sports and events.
Yeah.
And then we've always had the third category out there that is called codependent sports, and where you've got both the male and the female that are participating in events jointly.
Right.
But we've always had a separation. That's where Title IX came into play. It leveled the playing field way back then, so that women had a chance to be able to compete out there.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're allowing men to compete as women just because they say they're a woman. And we've got that bill that was literally called leveling the playing field, that was going to make sure that women competed against only women, that a male could not compete against a woman, and the same vice versa in the other category. Women could not say that they're now men and compete against the men, even though the issue in sports, women very rarely dominate against a man to begin with in most sporting events. It's not the same when you go in the other direction. Men against women, men dominate women.
Right.
Over and over and over again. So where do you stand personally? I know we touched on it earlier, but let's see if we can define a little bit more clarity here. Where do you stand on that current bill that is being pushed through, leveling the playing field so that the equality of our sports, versus what they have happening right now, which is the doors wide open, identify however you want, destroy everybody else's woman's records out there because you're a man who now calls themselves a woman?
Yeah, transgenderism is nonsense. Okay, so like let's say hypothetically, I decide to become a woman, and so I think I'm a woman, so I have some surgery, like go to plastic surgery and cut off, have the doctor remove my male reproductive organ. I have like breast implant, silicone, and now hypothetically, let's say I'm in high school, okay? So now I want to compete running with females, and yeah, that's just not fair, right? Because yeah, so I'm against that. Transgender who identifies female competing with naturally born females, yeah, I'm against that, of course. And then we have to think about why this high degree of absurdity is happening in America. I mean, many Americans, including myself, pride ourselves of being the best country, the smartest country in the world. And I think we are. But if you look at us, how can this possibly be happening? In America, in 2022, it is quite surprising, okay? So, let's go to foreign countries. Let's look at Saudi Arabia, Russia, North Korea, and China that many Americans look down upon. When it comes to LGBT issue, they're smarter than us. You go to North Korea, Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, they do not allow LGBT because they know it's absurd. But in America, we have high degree of freedom. So freedom, democracy, it has some blind spot. This is a philosophical point. It has some blind spot, okay? Freedom can be abused. Okay, so that's the kind of double-edged sword, so to speak. And also when it comes to crimes, in North Korea, they don't have any per capita rate. They don't have as many crimes as we have in America. Okay, because their jail sentences is very strict when it comes to crimes. Okay, so people don't commit crimes in North Korea, not as per capita rate, not as much as in America. Okay, so then how can we solve this LGBT problem? We should educate people that LGBT ideology is 100% wrong. Okay, it's like blind leading the blind. Okay, like look at Hollywood singer Lady Gaga, Born This Way, and young people, including adults, they listen to this music, Born This Way, Lady Gaga. Okay, she's not a scientist, she's not a biologist. So how does she know LGBT, like, is there a gay gene, LGBT gene? Actually, scientists prove that there's no such thing as a gay gene, LGBT gene, okay? But people don't listen to those scientists. They listen to Lady Gaga song, I Was Born This Way. So it's like brainwashing, okay? Because they listen to their music again and again and again. And so young people, now they think, yeah, I'm born as a gay or lesbian, or yeah. So that's what's been going on, and it's not just Lady Gaga of Hollywood, blind leading the blind. President Barack Obama, okay, he advocated for gay rights. President Joe Biden, the highest level in America, they are misguided. They don't know LGBT is wrong. They think LGBT is good. And even Supreme Court justices, back in 2015, 5 out of 9 Supreme Court justices, the highest level of U.S. Supreme Court, okay, they went to Harvard Law School, Yale Law School. They are Supreme Court justices, 5 of them out of 9. They said, yeah, gay marriage is legal, and LGBT is a matter of right, and maybe they are born that way. So they don't know how bad LGBT ideology is, and we need to educate them, okay? When I was in law school back in 2015, I wrote 171-page long academic paper about, it's called The Law of Anti-LGBTism. Now it's published in an online database, ssrn.com, Social Science Research Network. So if you just Google SSRN space Huhnkie, yeah, you'll find that paper, okay? It took me 171 pages. It's like book length, like this PhD dissertation length, 171 pages long. Because it's a complex issue. And I mathematically proved that LGBT ideology is bad. Mathematically, I proved that, okay? So if you're interested in, but I know it's a very long paper, but if you're interested, okay? It's a complex issue, so I understand why so many people in the world are deceived by this LGBT ideology, okay? because it's a difficult issue. But if I become U.S. Senator, U.S. President, yeah, I can educate more people. As a U.S. Senate candidate, I educate the same thing that I just told you in social media all the time. Yeah.
So do you stand for more for free choice in schools, where they can choose where to send your student? My child is a product of free choice in schools. Since the first day she started school, she has never gone to a school that is in my district.
Okay.
She has always caught a bus to what they called the home school, which is in my district. And then from that home school, she's caught another bus that took her to a different school.
Yeah.
And I did this because I wanted my child to get what I would classify the best education that I could have possibly afford to be able to give my child at my income level. And my income level doesn't give me enough to afford putting her into, like, say, a private school.
Mm-hmm.
But it did give me the ability, because of freedom of choice here in Alaska, I could say I don't want her to go to Big Lake Elementary because Big Lake Elementary is not a very good school. Their scholastic scores coming out of that school are bottom in Alaska's rankings. They were not very good at the time. We're going back 18 years, 18 years old now. So we're going back quite a few years here to get her back into kindergarten and whatnot when that all began. And their rankings back then were abysmal. Same thing for middle school out here. When it came time for like Houston or middle school or Houston high school, neither one of those were a good fit. Scholastically, they were at the bottom of the track. They were not producing a very good outcome for the children that were going there. Very few were progressing in the right directions.
Okay.
A lot of them were coming out drug addicts and that from the school district, and I just didn't want to infiltrate or indoctrinate, or however you want to look at that, my child into that type of environment. Then the last couple of years, those that know me and watched long enough know that she got into homeschool at the beginning of the 11th grade when COVID lockdowns had all occurred. And she had the option of going to homeschool or doing the online K through 12 learning that they were now doing, remote learning through the brick and mortar system.
Okay.
I let her get into a homeschool, and within 2 months graduated high school.
Yeah.
Started out at the beginning of the 11th grade and completed a high school education within 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
So where do you stand on freedom of choice, school choice, brick and mortar school systems versus homeschools? Do they still have their place? Should we be moving on?
Yeah, I like free choice, and of course, like teachers also. I love teachers. Don't get me wrong, okay. But teachers association, like in public school, yeah, they don't want to lose students to other like charter school or private school or homeschool, so they want to retain. That's kind of like politics, basically. Okay, it's like a turf war. Whether it's kind of like business competition. Okay, so I understand why they are doing that, but it's politics. Okay, it's like, well, power. More students you have in school, you have more power. Okay. Just like in business, you have business companies, they compete with each other, market share, right? It's all the same thing. Politicians like me want to get more votes, right? So in school, yeah, the more the students, the more power they have, the more money they will have. Okay, so it's like business, politics, school. It's all same principle. Okay, so. But I love freedom of choice, give more rights to the parents, how they educate their own children. Yes, I'm all for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how about, we've got places in Alaska that are paying enough per student to send a child to Harvard per year.
Say one more time, please.
Well, we got locations in Alaska, school districts. We've got one school here in Alaska that is paying out $42,000 per student to educate them per year. They have 10 students in the school. That's enough to send each one of those 10 students to Harvard and pay 100% for their education. $42,000 a year.
Oh.
And this is just a small example. If you were to look at Yugotovic, their average cost per student is $28,000 per kid.
Okay.
And that's what they're getting there to educate their students. And then you go to move into places like the Matsu here, and their cost per student is averaging around $16,000.
Okay.
Anchorage claims theirs is somewhere around 14. My numbers put them closer to 16,000 per student. So it's disproportionately being spent on, depending on where you live, how much is getting spent on that education. Why are we not taking these more remote, and I really hate to put it that way, because a lot of people are going to associate this back into like the 60s or before, when we would round them all up and put them into what they would classify as boarding schools and remove them from the households, period, so that they could get an education. Why are we spending $40,000, $50,000 a student to get an education? And if you look at the school that I was talking about, and I'm not going to mention their names, if you can Google it, Must Read Alaska did a very good in-depth report on this particular school itself. I mean, type in Alaska child goes to Harvard on the education, on the state's dime, getting a K through 12 education. Where do we draw the line on how much do we pay and the results that we get? Now, this school that has those 10 students, they're not ranked in the top 100 in the school districts in Alaska. I mean, we've got 504 schools in Alaska, 54 different districts out there, 53 depending on the year that we're in. That one seems to keep floating in and out there.
Okay.
We've got all these different, and we're paying for the worst education in the nation to provide to these 10 kids, costing the cost of sending that child per student to Harvard.
Yeah.
I mean, why are we paying that much money to 10 kids who don't even get a quality education to begin with? I mean, they're not even in the top rankings. You would think at that kind of money that they would be getting that Harvard education in where they are located at, because there's only 10 kids. It's not like they're overpopulated. The classrooms are not overcrowded, but they're not at the top of the class. They're still not reading by 3, you know, the new bill that they just put out there. They're still the lowest in scholastics that are going in for our ranking of system for reading, writing, and arithmetic. They rank in the lowest. They're under 50% of the nation.
Yeah.
Where do we draw the line? How do we change that? Where do we? I mean, it's got to start at the top, because they're getting paid by federal and state money. This school, they don't pay one dime. Does not come out of their local taxes.
Right.
Because they don't have property taxes. It's not like they're paying for that school to be there in the first place.
Okay.
Unlike the Matsu or Anchorage, where a good chunk of our property taxes goes to pay for that K through 12 education.
Yeah.
Where do we go? What do we do? I mean, do you got any solutions for us, or any ideas of how to bring accountability to our education system?
Yes. So, we are talking about how to fund education money. Well, first of all, we need to make a lot of money, okay? So, to do something. So, I'm all for pebble mine development. I think we have technology in order to develop pebble mine safely, environmentally soundly, to make $500 billion worth of gold, copper, molybdenum. Okay, and ANWR oil. Okay, yeah. Again, ANWR oil, Northern Alaska. We have $500 billion worth of oil. I'm all for that. And so I agree with former President Trump on clean coal technology. Again, we have like $500 billion worth of coal in Alaska. If we do that, In Alaska, we are producing $1.5 trillion of money. Okay, of course, a lot of money of that go to like development and stockholders. Yes, but we have Prudhoe Bay oil, right? That's about $500 billion worth of oil, Prudhoe Bay, okay? And we are getting permanent fund dividend, right? As an individual Alaskans. Yeah, we can do the same thing. I mean, not exact same thing. What I'm saying is, Prudhoe Bay oil is about $500 billion worth of oil, okay? And we have three more. We have ANWR oil, we have coal, clean coal technology, and we have pebble. Okay, so altogether we are talking about like $2 trillion, all from Alaska. Okay, so there are other ways to make more money in Alaska. Okay, so once we make a lot of money, yeah, we can invest some of that money into education, and but when it comes to the cost of education, technically we can learn everything in the world, all the knowledge in the world, for free. In your cell phone, internet, okay? Knowledge is out there, like Wikipedia, you have Khan's Academy, you have YouTube. You can learn anything, everything in the internet for free, okay? Then I continue to study like foreign language and science and stuff in the internet for free. And so what we need to teach children is to educate how to learn and induce them to love learning. Okay? That's what we need. It's about studying habit. We should show children how exciting is mathematics. Okay? I mean, I do that, I do like human knowledge series, which is uploaded to YouTube, okay? Human knowledge is something I do like Monday to Thursday night in my house using, many times we do mathematics there, okay? Whiteboard. And my friends in social media are curious about it, okay? And they're young people, okay? So, yeah, so I'm kind of inviting my social media friends who are under 18 years old how fun mathematics can be. Okay? So, but human knowledge series nowadays is uploaded to Vimeo. Okay? So, but it's just me, it's not interactive. Human knowledge series, it's just me talking about politics or mathematics sometimes, foreign languages, okay? Yeah, it's a one-man show, okay? It's not live event, it's not interactive. But Friday Night Live with Huhnkie Lee, yeah, it is interactive. We have Zoom participants all over the world. And when young people join, sometimes we do mathematics together. Okay? Yeah, so those are the things that we need. Studying habits so that they can study independently. And when it comes to Harvard, I don't think it's necessary that people go to Harvard, okay? Because whether it's like a University of Alaska Anchorage or Harvard, it's pretty much the same thing, okay? Textbook, like calculus, biology, it's pretty much the same thing, okay? It's not like Harvard is something very special. Not really. Not really, okay? So, education does not have to be that expensive. So that's my take on it.
Well, hustling there, trying to get the camera replugged back in before it went and died there. And thank you, Huhnkie, on breaking that down there for education. It's amazing what we really do have to deal with nowadays. I mean, parents being targeted, FBI being involved, the Biden administration going after us. You can't protect your child in school anymore. What's next? I mean, we've got the schools are going down the tank. Mm-hmm. Our economy has been destroyed. Hyperinflation through the roof. We reached an 8.5% inflation rate this past month, the highest it's ever been in recorded history.
Right.
We've broken all records, and not the good kind of records neither, though the worst of the worst kind of records you could ever break. Do you see any hope for our country
Oh yeah,
at this point?
yes. I tell you why. So in social media or Friday night, Huhnkie Lee, I interact with young people. Okay, all over the world actually. Okay, mostly America, Alaska very rarely. Okay, so Friday night, Huhnkie Lee, mostly people from other states and sometimes other countries. Alaska very rarely. Okay, but they do come. Okay, from time to time. Okay, so I see these young people. Okay, they're many times they're in their early 20s or they're teenagers, sometimes even 10-year-old. Okay, so they are extremely smart people. I learned a great deal from them. Okay, so young people. Actually, I thank parents and teachers for educating them. Okay, because these are extremely smart young people. Okay, so I do see. I'm optimistic and. But I'm running for U.S. Senate in Alaska 2022, and 2024 I run for U.S. President, whether I get elected or not. Okay, because we need a leader who can lead. We don't need leadee who's afraid of the people, so they will say anything in order to get elected or re-elected. Okay, we need a strong leader, and I can play that role. Okay. And so, if I get elected as U.S. Senator, okay, or U.S. President later on, I will not attend any ceremonial things. I will not travel anywhere. Okay, I will only work 40 hours a week. That's one campaign promise I bet you I will fulfill. I will work only 40 hours a week as a U.S. President and U.S. Senator. I'm not gonna go travel, shaking hands, photo ops. I am not doing that. It's all about quality of work, not quantity of work. I will work 40 hours a week just like anybody else. Okay? I know how to work smarter, not harder. It's about quality. Okay? I'm not gonna go to like this ceremonial stuff and to take pictures, to give out speeches. I'm not doing any of that. And I'm not gonna travel anywhere. As a US Senator, US President, okay? Maybe to Washington DC and back to Alaska, okay? Yeah, other than that, nowhere. I'm not going anywhere, okay? Because if I need to meet somebody, I will make a phone call. If I need to meet somebody, I will make Zoom call, just like anybody else. No special privilege or as a US Senator, US President, like Air Force One, like Marine One. No, I'm not doing that, okay? And like, I make phone call like everybody else, use email, to communicate with other people, or Zoom meeting, just like anybody else. I'm not going to waste taxpayers' money to travel here and there. No, that's not going to happen. So I will only 40 hours a week, and then what will I do for the rest of the time? Yeah, just humanology, Friday night with Huhnkie Lee, nothing will change. Because those are the time when I learn from people. Friday night with Huhnkie Lee, I learn from them. I ask them questions. What's your story? What's your ambition? Okay? If they ask me questions, then I answer. Humanology, that's like brainstorming. Me thinking of all by myself. Humanology series, yeah, I just record myself and upload to vimeo.com, okay? It's all there. So humanology series, yeah, that's when I think about issues, problems, and come up with solutions. All by myself. Creativity, originality, yeah, soul searching, yeah. So, yeah, that's what we are talking about paradigm shift of politics, okay? We want to change how politics is run. Yeah, stop wasting taxpayers' money just traveling here, photo ops, giving out speeches. That's old generation politics. What I advocate for is a new generation politics. It should be about problem solving, okay? Not like going the mainstream majoritarian, no. Mainstream majoritarian ideology, it could be good, it could be bad. Just don't go along with it 100% of time. Yes, learn to be alone and learn to solve problems, creativity. So that's what I advocate for, not just as a politician, but also as an educator as well.
Okay, well, we're getting close to wrapping this up. We're going to enter into our final segment here in just a little bit. So all of you that are just tuning in right now, please like and share this video. This is how we beat Facebook. This is how we beat the big tech giants on Twitter and YouTube, and make sure that we get the most amount of Alaskans informed on what is going on within our great state of Alaska. We are here currently with Huhnkie Lee, who is running for U.S. State Senate, and we are hoping that he'll be one of the leading candidates that makes it through the primaries to unseat Lisa Murkowski. I was just rolling through her page here just a second ago while Huhnkie was talking there, and just to see exactly what has Lisa been up to, at least, well, what is she posting on Facebook? And she's the great synopsis of the energy of the Build Back Better plan and the infrastructure money and the 1,200 people that she met, the 1,200 Alaskans that showed up for the symposium that they had, discussing how that money is going to be spent. And I'm looking at the faces of the crowd and those that they had lined up in there, and all I saw was special interest. Everybody that has their hand out going, I am collecting money from the state, I get it from our local cities, I'm getting it directly from our federal government. Those who were in that room with her that day, those are the Alaskans that she puts up on a pedestal. And those are the ones that she's catering to. Where you, me, Huhnkie here, you know, where was our invitations to this symposium that they had? Where was our invite to come and sit in and listen to the great things that Lisa Murkowski claims that she brought into our nation, into Alaska, all this tax revenue that she is more than willing to spend, our hard-earned money that she's spending here in our state on our behalf, because this is what she voted for. And yes, she did vote for it. So now we've got all this money being spent. We're watching it. We're worst inflation in the nation right now. That's just non-ending. It's not transitory like they claimed in the very beginning. And we all knew that in the very beginning. And now they're calling it the Putin price hikes, yet everybody that has a brain in their head, at least those that voted for either Trump or somebody that wasn't Biden, brain in their head, knows the big mainstream media lie about where these price hikes are really coming from. And you can blame Brandon and the administration 100% for every single one of them. Putin is one of the few times I'll actually give him a pass on who to blame. He may see a bit of a spike here because of what Putin has done invading Ukraine, but it's nothing compared to what the economy in our nation has been decimated into by what the Brandon administration did to it by shutting down our economy, and still continues to work hard to shut down our economy. If it wasn't working that way, why are our schools still requiring our children to wear masks while they are in school? I just drove through downtown yesterday, and I was driving by one of the schools there that I believe is off of Ingra, and they were out there on the track, and everybody that was out there on the track running outdoors was wearing a mask. Yes, you heard that right. The students in our school out on the track, outdoors, every single one of them's wearing masks as they are running circles around that track. And this is here in Alaska, and we're supposed to be praising these politicians, these elected officials, these school board members, and everybody else for such a great job of indoctrinating the youth on for no reason. Yet we can still watch people like Stacey Abrams go into a classroom, the only one unmasked inside the room. Every child around her is masked up because it's a photo opportunity. Or Kamala Harris giving big old huge hugs to the new Supreme Court Justice. Oh, it was because it was all emotional. Now it's okay. The elite, the ones that think that it's all theirs, well, that's kind of where we're at here right now. That's why we're talking with Huhnkie Lee running for U.S. State Senate. We need a change. We need people that are going to use common sense when they get down there to D.C. or here in Alaska, no matter what position in government they want or office they want to hold. I mean, I would love to see Huhnkie as our future president of the United States. That would be a fun dream to see come to fruition. If you held on to your shorts while Trump was in office, I'll guarantee Huhnkie Lee will have you double fisting, making sure that those shorts stay up during his run as president of the United States. And I'd be there backing him up and supporting him all the way to make that happen. So if you haven't liked and shared this video, please do that now. Excuse me, I got a tickle in the back of my throat that is driving me nuts here. Just 1 second. So please like and share this video. Go to our website, Politadick.com. Click that support button. All proceeds goes right back into expanding what we continue to do here. We are getting extremely active on what's going on out there. We've got election integrity seminars that will be coming up at the end of the month. We've got lots more interviews going to be occurring with congressional and Senate seats both, and also in the Senate and House seats running for Juneau. So you name it, we are going to be in the thick of it once again. And it takes your guys' support out there to make sure that we can be at these places. Without it, we can't afford the gas money to be there. We can't afford to pay for the restream services that are providing this on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook right now. So if you haven't liked and shared this, hit that notification button. Please do that. If you haven't gone to our website and shown your support for what we do, take a moment right now during the interlude and go and do that. We're going to take another short break here. This will be the last one for the day, and we'll enter into the final segment of this broadcast with Huhnkie Lee running for U.S. Senate, and we will get the last segment here up and running. Is there anything you'd like to say here real quick, Huhnkie?
Oh yeah, thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. You are more important than me, okay? But because you are the future, and your parents, teachers, grandparents, and your good knowledge will pass on to your kids, grandkids, and the students. You're more important than me, but as of now, there are some like 15 different candidates running for U.S. Senate, and I'm one of them, okay? And they are good people, but I think I'm the smartest, okay? And you need a very smart person to be a U.S. Senator, and so I want you to vote for the smartest person, not the most famous person, I don't want you to vote for Kelly Chibaka or Lisa Murkowski just because they are your friends, or just because they are your family members. You have to think about your children's future, your grandchildren's future. This is very important, okay? I'm the only one who knows, out of those candidates, I'm the only one who knows what is right and what is wrong. And I'm the only one, when your grandchildren are doing something wrong, I'm the only one who can correct them. Other candidates, they don't have knowledge to tell what's good, what's wrong, what's bad. They don't know. Second, even if they know, they don't have the guts, courage, bravery, strength to correct your children, your grandchildren. I'm the only one out of all those candidates, okay? So, yeah, please do not vote for those other candidates just because they are your friends, neighbors, even family members, okay? You have to think about the future of your children and your grandchildren, okay? And you will have to vote for me if you care about them, okay? All right. Thank you.
So thank you all once again. We will be back here shortly. I believe this next video is about 6 minutes. It's another one from Dan Sullivan. I'm highlighting him today for the interludes because out of our two senators, Senator Dan Sullivan has stood true to the values of the majority most of the time, where Senator Lisa Murkowski has sold out the majority to cater to the minority almost every single time while she's been down there in D.C. And it's time to change that by voting in people like Huhnkie Lee into office so that we can have good representation down there in D.C. Please like, share this video. Senator Dan Sullivan.
Well, if you're watching what's going on in the House right now, it's the closest thing to what you'll see as a show trial. It's kind of an annual rite of passage. They're bringing forward energy, oil and gas executives, and you guys all know what a show trial is. The subjects of the trial being publicly flogged for being guilty of something that is usually the fault of the very officials conducting the trial. By the way, look at the transcripts of the last show trial in the House. They were getting the energy executives of America to commit to producing less energy. That's what they were doing. Joe Biden, when he campaigned, said, "I'm guarantee we're going to end fossil fuels." That is actually one campaign promise he has tried to keep. You keep hearing about it from us because these are the facts. On day one, they moved out to keep Joe Biden's promise, stopping the production of American energy, particularly on federal lands, killing key infrastructure like Keystone and slowing down other pipelines, going to our financial community, strong-arming them not to invest in American oil and gas, begging dictators for more oil while guys like John Kerry were going to our allies, including in Japan, encouraging them not to buy American LNG. Think about that. Whose side is that guy on? Remarkable. The predictable result, we've all seen it, dramatic increases in energy prices for working families, particularly gas at the pump, pink slips for American energy workers, and empowering dictators. That's what's happening. So here's the deal, though, and this is a real problem for the Democrats. You're seeing it here in the House, or in the Senate and in the House. No one is being fooled by these show trials. I was home over the weekend. I want my colleagues to see that. That's my little poster board. Okay? Now, this is 100. I filled up my truck. My truck was actually 3/4 empty. So that was filling up my truck in Alaska, $109. Had it been fully empty, it would have been $142 to fill up the tank of one truck in America. Devastating to working families, but nobody's being fooled. Nobody's being fooled. This is what literally was on the pump in my home state. Joe Biden, I did that. I did that. Right? Nobody in America is being fooled. This isn't Putin. This is Biden. He did that. And if this show trial that we're going on in the House right now, we're actually trying to find the culprits of rising energy costs, the witnesses wouldn't be American energy executives. It would be this guy. It would be John Kerry. It'd be Gina McCarthy. It'd be Deb Haaland. Those are the people crushing the American working family with higher energy prices. Those are the people responsible for laying off patriotic American energy workers, like in my state. And those are the people who have been empowering dictators who produce energy as well. And as we're all seeing here, it's got to stop. So it's the kind of flip back and forth policies and the show trial element of that hearing that in many ways is remarkable. They're saying you need to invest more in terms of capital. 6 months ago, these same House members were telling the executives, you need to commit right now to producing less oil and gas. Go read the transcripts. Then the Biden administration is strong-arming financial institutions not to invest, and then they're appointing, some of whom get confirmed, some of whom don't, federal officials whose focus is to starve the oil and gas industry of capital. Think about it. Raskin, she didn't get confirmed. The comptroller of the currency, Amarova, said she wanted to bankrupt small oil and gas businesses. And now you have the SEC chairman. Some of us talked to him. Hey, don't make your tenure all about starving capital to American energy companies. That was the one thing I focused on during his confirmation hearing. He said I wasn't going to do it. He did it. FERC, same thing. Go look at the hearing where Joe Manchin brought all 5 FERC commissioners 3 weeks ago in front of the ANWR committee. Every single Biden administration nominee, confirmed or not, focuses on starving capital from the American energy sector, and then you have the House members audaciously say, why are you not investing? It is, to Ted Cruz's point, it is purposeful policy. And if you listen to Gina McCarthy and John Kerry, who, by the way, they've kind of put in a closet. You ever notice that? Now that the Ukraine war has broken out, they're like, we really need to shut these guys up. Thank God. But if you listen to them, prior to the war, they were actually saying increased energy prices will, quote, help us rapidly transition to a green future. This is purposeful. And the Dems are going to pay big time in November.
Welcome back to One Nation. In a desperate move to drive down record energy costs, President Biden this week announced he's tapping once again into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, releasing 1 million barrels a day of oil for the next 6 months. My next guest says this move amounts to the arsonists calling the fire department. Senator Dan Sullivan, Alaska, is calling on the president to stop the war on American energy, tweeting this: Mr. President, there's a much better strategic petroleum reserve for America that you need to tap into. It's called Alaska. Call us and get your boot off our neck. Senator Sullivan joins me now. Senator, how frustrated are you to hear that we're tapping an emergency source when you could provide it now?
You know, Brian, it's more of the same, right? The president, remember, when he ran for office, he said, I guarantee we're going to end fossil fuels. Well, that's what he's certainly trying to do. You look at everywhere his policies have been focused on shutting down production in America, killing infrastructure like pipelines like Keystone,
right,
getting financial institutions not to invest in American energy. And then he and his administration go off and beg dictators to produce more. We can produce more in America. American jobs, American energy, highest standards in the world like we have in Alaska. And this Strategic Petroleum Reserve announcement is political window dressing. We have the oil and gas in America. We need to produce it.
But you have it, Senator. You have a reserve.
Absolutely.
Tell everyone real quick what you have in Alaska, not just ANWR, something else.
Well, we have this incredible reserve called the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska, NPRA as we call it. Brian, there are billions of barrels of oil in the NPRA, which, by the way, was set aside by Congress over 70 years ago for one purpose: to drill for oil for America. We have projects that were approved by the Trump administration that could bring hundreds of thousands of barrels a day online. The Biden administration is stopping, delaying these like they're doing this all over the country. It's completely frustrating. We have the energy in America, especially in Alaska, the highest standards in the world. We should produce from our own country.
He says the oil companies are recording record profits. There's nothing standing in their way. They should be pumping more oil. He said one CEO told him he doesn't care if it goes over $200 a barrel. They just make more money. I don't know if that CEO exists. But what should the American public who aren't in oil and gas for a living know about that statement?
Look, the president and his team are constantly demagoguing this issue. The reason we have high prices is not the war, the brutal war in Ukraine. American energy prices started going through the roof way before that war because of the administration's policies that I just described. Let me just give you one of many examples, Brian. You know, once you get an oil and gas lease, you have to do something called an application to drill. These are permits to start the work to drill on federal lands. Normally, those are approved at a regional level in a state or a state director from a federal official. A year ago, the Biden administration came out and said, stop, no more approving those. Every single application to drill in America has to be approved by headquarters in Washington, D.C. at the Department of Interior.
And they're holding it, Senator. I'll have to hold you there. About 4,000.
Over 4,000 of these are just sitting in D.C. waiting. The president could get rid of that memo, approve these 4,600 permits to drill tomorrow, and then you're going to start moving up. But they won't do that. You know,
Senator,
here's what's going on.
Yeah, I got to hold you there. But Senator, it was a totally insincere press conference he had earlier this week, and he's going to try to blame oil and gas companies next week. Senator, keep on telling the truth. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
Welcome back to One Nation.
All right, sorry about that. Took a little bit longer to get things done there. Had to discuss what the game plan for the last segment here is going to be. I appreciate everybody that is just tuned in. My glasses will transition back to normal lighting here shortly. Do appreciate everybody that has been here from the start. If you're just getting here, please like and share this video. It is greatly appreciated. Facebook hates it when you do that. They squeal on you when you don't, especially if you leave a comment down below. And please do leave comments. We are trying to answer any and all questions that you may have today for Huhnkie Lee, who is running for U.S. Senate, trying to replace Senator Lisa Murkowski, and put some accountability back into our Senate that represents Alaska down in D.C., something that is sorely missing. I mean, Lisa Murkowski's most recent vote for Brown, Supreme Justice, somebody who cannot define what a woman is with all the problems that we have going on right now within our K through 12 and universities, where men are wanting to be women competing in their sports, and you cannot define what a woman is. That really is not a good look for where our Justice Department is heading to in the future, or our country. And we got Senator Lisa Murkowski, who Alaska has some of the worst discrimination records out there, especially when it comes to gender, biological gender, that is. And then also is really extremely just, you got to shake your head for her vote for the Supreme Court Justice. I mean, the light sentences for pedophiles and child abusers and all that other stuff, just because of the way it was written, the law was written. She took it upon herself to interpret the law the way that she wanted it to be. And this is who we're putting into the Supreme Court Justice, isn't going to interpret the laws as they are written, but with the way they feel it should be. That's not how justice is supposed to be done. So we are in the final section now with Huhnkie Lee, who is running for Alaska's U.S. State Senate down in D.C., and I'd like to welcome him back here to the program right now. Huhnkie Lee, it is good to have you here in the studio here with me today. And we are talking with Alaskans, and we're into the final segment of our broadcast. And take a moment, go to our website, Politadick.com, click that support button. All proceeds go right back into making sure we can do even more of these and keep the services up and running that allows us to be live streaming to Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook all at the same time. Soon be adding Twitch and a few others out there into our streaming repertoire as time goes by. We are rapidly working in that direction. So in this final segment, I got one last question for Huhnkie Lee sitting next to me. Huhnkie, where do you see the future of Alaska heading? What is your vision for Alaska?
Thank you for the question, sir. So Hello, everybody. Condensers, ladies and gentlemen in Alaska. My name is Huhnkie Lee. I'm running for the United States Senate as an independent Alaskan in this year 2022. So hypothetically, let's dance while the music lasts, right? Like this is Frank Sinatra, I guess. Yeah. So until the election day, I can fantasize all I want, right? So. Primary is August, general election November. Let me fantasize and let me share my fantasy with you. All right. So, hypothetically, let's say I get elected a U.S. senator in Alaska this year, 2022, November. Okay. And January, I get sworn in Washington D.C. So, what kind of bills would I be writing? The bills I'll be writing will have nothing to do with the ideological battles like LGBT and climate change. None of that, okay? The bills I'll be writing is only about practical things like it's basically industrial development in Alaska, okay? I have many ideas already. So when I write those bills, I will publish in medium.com, okay? So for transparency, like commenting, that kind of stuff. So I just publish in medium.com. Every single bill I will write. Okay, so that everybody can see it and give some feedback to me. And Friday night, Huhnkie Lee, yeah, we can discuss about those bills that I wrote, even before I submitted to the Congress. Okay? So, it will be all about industrial development of Alaska. Okay? So, Alaska is big. Okay? So many bills. Okay? So, yeah, industrial development to create jobs and make money. Okay? First bill I will be writing, it will be Pebble Mine, about Pebble Mine. Okay? I write a bill. That Pebble Mine bill, it will be environmental regulation bill actually. Okay, so Pebble Mine has legitimate concern. It's next to Bristol Bay, the biggest salmon fishery in the world. So we don't want to hurt salmon. I get it. Okay, and the way it's been done in mining industry is this. Okay, you dig up the dirt. And then you put it in a dumping dam. And many times dumping dam broke. About 10 years ago, it happened in Canada. So those muddy, dirty rocks, they contain like heavy metal or sulfur. When dumping dam break, it go to the stream and kill the salmon. So that's the concern. So perhaps environmentalists were right to oppose Pebble Mine because I guess that was their original plan. I have an alternative for you. Okay, those tailing rocks, waste rocks, let's use it to build the asphalt road. Okay, and then those rocks like sulfur and heavy metals, it will be trapped in asphalt cement, and when it rains, they will leak out very slowly, and that's totally fine. It's about density, concentration of those heavy metals because those rocks, they're already under the ground, but in a natural setting, yeah, they leak out very slowly. Okay, yeah, they go into the stream and they go into the underground water, natural fashion. Okay, it's all about speed, concentration, and density of those heavy metals and sulfur. Okay, when it's too concentrated, then it's dangerous. When there's very small amount, it is harmless. It's about quantity of things. So, if we build the roads with those mining waste rocks, yeah, you will leak out very slowly. It's just like in the nature, okay? And the left, Democrats will love this. Why? Because there will be no more dumping dams. Pebble Mine will be built environmentally soundly. Republicans will love this. Why? We are creating jobs and we are making money. $500 billion worth of copper, gold, molybdenum, palladium, precious metals. Okay? So we make $500 billion in pebble mine, okay? ANWR oil and gas, yeah, we have to develop it environmentally soundly. Global warming, well, I have to educate the people that there's nothing to worry about climate change, global warming, okay? And global warming, actually, it can slow down naturally. Why? Because once we continue to use, even if we use even more fossil fuel, coal, oil, and gas, there will be more carbon dioxide in the air. It will be warmer, so there will be more plants. You have to understand this, okay? We don't even have to plant trees. Plants, like trees, their seeds are everywhere, waiting to germinate, okay? So once there are more carbon dioxide in the air, and then there will be more plants. It's warmer, more rain, yeah, there will be more plants. And if there are more plants, they will absorb carbon dioxide in the air. So you may reach a brand new equilibrium, so that temperature does not go up. Because there are more plants, and more plants, they bind the carbon dioxide, so less carbon dioxide in the air. So they can prevent global warming. Okay? Now, how about limited resources of fossil fuel? In my opinion, I have this theory, okay? We will never run out of fossil fuel. Why? Because it's being generated every single day. ANWR, Northern Alaska, back in the days, 100 million years ago, Arctic forest, there's Wikipedia article about it, Arctic forest, okay? There are a lot of big trees and dinosaurs, okay? They die, get buried 6 feet under, and they become fossil fuel. It's a continuous process. Some scientists say, well, the thing is, we use fossil fuel very fast, but to generate plants and animals, they go down and they become fossil fuel. There's a very long process. It takes thousands of years to do that. Yeah, that may be true, but the thing is this, okay? Those fossil fuel generation is happening everywhere in the world. Very big place, okay? And that huge quantity of space will compensate for the temporal, the time difference. Like we use fossil fuel very fast, but it takes longer time to generate fossil fuel. Yeah, we get it. The time difference, the space can compensate for it because plants and animals, they are everywhere on planet Earth, and they die and they get buried. Okay. Okay, it's a scientific concept. Okay, other politicians, nobody can do this. I'm the only one who can do this. Okay, yeah, we need to educate people, convince them, get some people's support internationally. Then other politicians will listen to them, listen to the people. That's democracy. Okay, yeah. So that's how I approach that problem. Okay, yeah. So that's ANWR, oil and gas, and the clean coal technology, the filtration technology is very advanced. It's a nanotechnology level. Okay? Yeah, so we can filter out anything. We have advanced technology, filtration, science and engineering, nanotechnology. Okay, so yeah, coal can be used in an environmentally sound fashion. Filtration technology, okay? And there's $500 billion right there too. Now, I have even more ideas, okay? I advocate for bear farming. I advocate for farming of all animals. I tell you why. How can you farm bears? It's easy. Bears eat everything. We can feed bear with dog food and cat food and water. They will eat it. Okay? So we farm bears, and bears will have babies, baby cubs. We'll take them and we'll rent out as pets. Okay? And as those baby bears grow up, it becomes dangerous, okay, as pets. So we'll take them back and let them reproduce and make more baby bears. Some people object to this idea. Maybe they say it's inhumane. Well, I don't think so. And we are doing the same thing with dogs and cats. Look, baby dogs, baby cats, when we snatch them, it's like baby kidnapping, baby selling, okay? But it's called farming. We do that with any domestic animals. We've been doing this for thousands of years. Humanity, okay? Yeah, it's called farming. Yeah, mother dogs, mother cats will feel very bad when they lose their baby cats, baby dogs. But we do it. Why? Because that makes a lot of money. Okay? We can generalize this concept to any animals. Elephants, giraffes, bears, tigers, lions. And we release some of them into their natural habitat, okay? So that they don't go extinct. But when it comes to extinction, farmed animals never go extinct because people make money off of it, okay? So, solution for extinction of animals and plants, yeah, farm them. They never go extinct. And release some of them into their natural habitat, okay? Yeah. And when it comes to Aleutian chain, we have Aleutian chain, okay? And there's this something like Diomede Island, big Diomede and small Diomede Island, right? Big Diomede Island is in Russia territory, and small Diomede Island is in the Alaskan territory, right? They're very close, okay? So along Aleutian chain, okay, we can build this trade route, shipping industry. Yeah. So across this Aleutian chain, okay, you have Russia, China, North Korea, South Korea, Japan. Okay, so brand new trade route along the Aleutian chain, it will be great because the sailors can take a break in one of those Aleutian chains and have hotel, stay in a hotel, go to restaurant, and also that Aleutian chain, it can be a great tourist destination too. Okay, so what I propose is this. Okay, we make a lot of money, we create jobs, and then in an environmentally sound fashion. When it comes to forestry, I am against clear cutting. Okay, you have a mountain, you cut all the trees, and it becomes bald mountain. I don't like that idea. Okay, because it can cause. Well, first of all, it does not look good, and second of all, it can cause a landslide. Okay, so we don't want that. The only kind of tree cutting that I would allow by legislation would be this. To build a road, we need to cut trees. Yes, we need more roads in Alaska. Now, to make hiking trails, parking lots, we need to cut those trees. Huh? Or ski resort. Yeah. Those are the only natural tree cutting that I would allow in that legislation. Okay? And no clear cutting. Okay? And then so we make money, and also there will be more roads, more hiking trails, more parking lots. There will be more tourists. Okay, for hunting, camping, fishing. We make Alaska more accessible. Alaska is big. We are not going to lose the natural beauty of Alaska. Actually, if we build more roads, more people will be able to enjoy Alaska's natural beauty safely, because airplane, helicopter is too dangerous, okay, and too expensive too. We need roads so that people can just drive, okay? So that's that. So yeah, forestry, tree cutting. At the same time, more roads, more accessibility, more hiking trails. Alaska's big, okay? Yeah. More tourism industry. In that way, we will make tons of money, my friends. Create amazing jobs. Okay? With all that money, we can help out the poor people, fund the education, and even universal health care in Alaska. Huh? Yeah. The left will love it, the right will love it, Democrats and Republicans, they will love these bills. I'm independent, okay? We have to work with both Democrats and Republicans to pass a bill. We have to satisfy both of them, because America is like bipartisan, two-party system, okay? Yeah, so I'm the only one who can do this at this time, okay? If not, I continue to run as long as I live. I will run for 3 offices: U.S. Senate, U.S. President, Alaska State Governor. That's the only 3 things I will run for all my life, okay? So If I never get elected in my life, I want you to get elected, or your children, your grandchildren. Okay? Education is more important than politics, because education is what lasts. Okay? And so, like, to me, I'm very easy to please. All I need to be happy, I need good friends like you, I need my job, my house, my car, and vodka, whiskey, beer, water, and cell phone, internet. That's all I need to be happy. Okay? Because I practice martial art, dancing, singing. I have diverse hobbies. I study foreign languages. Okay, and that's pretty much what I need to be happy. Okay, and whenever I run for public office during campaign trail, I learn from people, and I teach people. It's exchange of knowledge, mutual education. That happens in every single campaign trail, every single election time, whether I get elected or not. Politics, me getting elected, is almost like irrelevant. What's more important is education. People educating me, and I educate people, right? That's most important to me. Okay, that's why I say things that are not popular sometimes, many times. Okay, because I believe in knowledge, wisdom, truth. So as far as I know about them, I say it, whether it hurts or helps my election chance, because education is more important than politics. Thank you. God bless you for journalists to come, and happy Easter.
All right, Huhnkie can't see this, but I just posted a picture up next to him here. He's on the screen along with it. We've got a definition. This is by Turning Point, Alaska. Turning Point, I should say. And it's a brief little definition between a socialist, a liberal, a communist, and a conservative. So we got a socialist. You have 2 cows. The government takes one and gives it to your neighbor. That's a socialist. A liberal. You have 2 cows. Your neighbor has none. You feel guilty, so you vote people into office that take your cows, forcing you to sell one to pay for them, and the people vote for it, then use your tax money to buy a cow and give it to the neighbor, so you feel righteous. That's liberal. Communism, you have 2 cows. The government seizes them both and provides you with a cup of milk per day. That's kind of where we're at right now. And then you got the conservative. You have 2 cows. You sell one to buy a bull and build yourself a herd, and build a herd of cows so that you no longer have to be dependent on anyone, and you're continuing to help your neighbors. I thought you might like that little bit of a funny there for the last little bit going through, but that just kind of shows you the thinking that we have going on down in Juneau and in DC. I would like to thank you, Huhnkie Lee, for being with me here today, spending your Easter with us. I hope Alaskans that were out there tuning in today to please like and share this video. I hope we educated you on a lot of different subjects, and you got to hear the views and where Huhnkie Lee here stands if he is voted in as our next senator to head to DC. I would love to see him make it through the primaries as one of the candidates that's there, and at least remove Lisa Murkowski as one of the names that will no longer be on the general ballot. I went to YouTube. I found that there is 2 questions there, at least 2 things that was said on YouTube. From Susan Wentz, Putin needs to take out Geneva and Davos, Switzerland, with all the elites there. And then underneath that was, we need to discontinue the use of words equity and diversity and inclusion forever. So I think those both of those comments were in line with what we were discussing at the time. and not necessarily questions, but more of statements of their feelings towards what we had to say there. So it's nice. It's the first time I've ever used my Restream services that pulls up all chats from all channels, so I didn't realize that it would give me the YouTube too. So now I know where to go. I don't have to necessarily sit here and watch it on just the Facebook channel to see what's going on. And so this is your last opportunity. We got about a minute or two before we go off air. And again, we do appreciate everybody that has been here today. Please like and share this video. Facebook hates it when you do it. YouTube hates you when you do it. Twitter hates you when you do it. They don't like you sharing videos because that means more people get to hear other people's opinions and views. They don't like other people's opinions and views. We see that every day with the censorship that is going on with big tech. In those regards, go Elon. Come on, Twitter. You're going to find your comeuppance one way or another. And it's going to be painful no matter how we look at it, because free speech has its place and it belongs in America, not being censored like they do in China. That's what they're trying to do here. We don't want China. We don't want to be anything like or near what China is doing. We want open, free expression. I'm sure you saw the Daily Wire or the Ben Shapiro show the other day. They were literally putting out videos showing the populace in China right now. In the middle of the night, you can just hear the screams of the people going throughout. They are in week number 4 of their lockdowns. They have pieces of paper taped across their doors. They can't even open up their doors without finding themselves potentially being locked up and thrown into prison. And no one will ever even know they were there because they won't even admit that they took you. So if you think things are bad here, you could be living in China, and people like Joe Brandon and Disney and other organizations out there are supporting what is going on in China, because they'll be more than happy to speak up about what Ron DeSantis is doing, but they won't speak up about the human atrocities that are going on across the world. They're silent, and they want to say that there's nothing wrong there because that's what their government says is okay. So it's acceptable as long as they're making the big bucks off of them. Again, like and share this video. Go to our website, Politadick.com. Click that support button. All proceeds go right back in to keep expanding what we're doing right here. Keeping us on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, live streaming all at the same time. Hopefully we can get enough support out there to where we can bring Rumble in as another full-time channel to be streaming to. But it takes your support and supporters like you to make that happen. And thanks to your support, we are on all these channels right now. And your continued support is greatly appreciated. You guys all have yourself a wonderful Easter. Any final words there, Huhnkie, that you'd like to pass on before I sign us off?
Yeah, thank you everybody. Content, ladies and gentlemen, you're the future, your children, your grandchildren, and God bless you, your family, your friends, for generations to come. Thank you.